Kia ora tātou, ka me nui ki koutou, kia ora. Welcome to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council for the 28th of July. Welcome councillors, staff, members of the public and the local news media. Our opening prayer this morning will come from Sriram Sundaras and Lux Salvanesan from the Hindu Temple Society and the Dunedin Multi-Ethnic Council.
Om Vakratunda Mahakaya Koti Surya Samaprabha Nirvignam Guru Medeva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvata Swasti Prajabhyam Paripalayantam Nyayena Margena Mahimahisham Go Brahmane tu subhamastu nityam Loka samasta suhino bhavantu Kale varshatu parjanyam Prativi sashya salini Deshoyam shobharahitam Brahmana sandu nirbhayam Asatoma sadgamayam Tamasomam Jyotirgamayam Mrityomam Amardam Gamayam Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bunattu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu Mavidvishavahai Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you. That was a Sanskrit, ancient Hindu language. I just do a small translation. May there be happiness for all people. May the rulers righteously rule the earth. May there be welfare for the animals and men of wisdom at all times. May all beings are happy and prosperous. Let the monsoon be timely and plentiful. Let earth be covered with vegetation. Let the country live without problems. And let good people never be afraid. O Lord, may we all be protected. May we all be nourished. May we work together with great energy. May our intellect be sharpened. Let there be no animosity amongst us. Lord, bestow peace everywhere. We wish all the best to the council for a great meeting and to guard the city with prosperity. Thank you.
On to public forum. Hazel Potterton from the Otapoti Collective Against Sexual Abuse has postponed their appearance to a subsequent meeting, which brings us next to Mr. Barron. The next 5 minutes are all yours.
Does it need turned on? Is that
on? Yeah.
It's on. Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you. I'm Peter Barron. I'm a local ratepayer and elector, and I'm here today. Obviously, you're considering the whether you should have a voting change at the next local body election. It's very pleasing to see the research and the report released today by Professor Hayward, as it's both very timely and prescient, and I think succinctly makes the case for STV. I'm going to urge you not to change the present voting system, as it is, in my opinion, the fairest and most equitable method of electing councillors and makes the council fully representative of the wishes of the electors. Obviously, STV offers informed voters the option to rank candidates in order of preference, but also allows those who wish to vote using first past the post the option of simply voting for one candidate if they so choose. FTP, in my view, or FPP, is only equitable or fairly represents the view of voters when there's a binary two-horse race. Otherwise, it's fundamentally flawed in an election with more than two candidates, as the following example eloquently demonstrates, and I thank one of my friends for this. So if you were at a car show and with the majority are Holden fans, and you're asked to select your favourite car from a red Holden, a blue Holden and a red Falcon, and the results come out that the red Falcon has 39%, but the red Holden and blue Holden combined have a greater percentage, under first past the post, the Falcon would win, but that's clearly against the wishes of most of the people at the show. So I think it would be fair to argue that it doesn't represent a clear choice of those who voted, and it's neither fair nor democratic. Whilst the Local Electoral Act does allow councils to choose between first past the post and STV, I think it should be clearly noted that New Zealand public rejected first past the post at the national level in favour of MMP. And it's my strong view and representation that STV should be used at all council elections. I also note that an increasing number of councils used STV at the last election, and obviously it's also mandatory for DHBs to use STV. I think there can be no debate that STV is the most equitable, representative and powerful form of reflecting the wishes of the community at large. Equitable because it fairly represents the wishes of the electors. Representative because it allows a wide spectrum of candidates from the whole political and community spectrum. Powerful because it not only allows you to actively choose who you want, but it importantly allows you to choose who you don't want, simply by using the ranking. And also importantly, as Professor Hayward pointed out today, STV makes it easier to ensure a demographic, gender and cultural balance of elected councillors. What I find interesting is that when STV and first past the post are debated on the various social media platforms in Dunedin, it seems that the only parties that are emotive and aggrieved are FPP supporters. And I have encountered very few arguments that defend FPP as a truly representative system. As I said earlier, STV can function as a first past the post voting system for those who choose not to rank candidates. In Indian democracy, it is incumbent upon the voters to understand and educate themselves about the voting system. The fact that some electors will not or cannot educate themselves about the STV process is not a reason to change to FPP. And I must say I find it extremely presumptuous that many opponents of STV criticise it as being too complicated and difficult for individual electors to understand. I don't know if those same opponents understand how condescending their attitude is towards their fellow citizens. Finally, it would be remiss of me not to highlight, should the council or electors demand a poll, there will be an unbudgeted cost of close to $250,000 to the ratepayers for the conduct of the poll. And I urge those who are organising a petition for the poll of electors to contemplate the cost to the city and to the ratepayers of a futile attempt to swim against the tide. So for all those reasons, I urge you to retain STV as the voting system. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Good, Mr. Barron. You're happy to take questions if there are any? Sorry, that was a question. Are you happy to take questions?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Sorry, I thought you were making a statement. Absolutely, yes.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Manavis.
Check. I understand that you're very pro-STV, as is Professor Hayward, who you have said has made a very strong case for STV, and I agree with that. However, I am concerned that there are many people who may not agree with you or with Professor Hayward. And to that end, the feedback I have from...
Is there a question coming, Councillor?
Yes, there is, Your Worship,
That's
as in
fine.
fact there always is when I'm asking a question.
If you could get to the question, that would be helpful.
Right. As I was saying before I was interrupted, I have a lot of feedback from voters who had a lot of trouble, some of them saying it took them hours to try and understand the STV system and to fill out so many different rankings and to try and get the rankings to represent their views. Given that there are a lot of people who find the STV system opaque, mistrust the computer algorithm that runs it, and wish to have a vote on whether we have STV or first past the post, do you oppose giving people the right to vote on what system they have, only on the financial grounds of the 220,000 that you've mentioned? Or do you oppose giving Dunedin people the right to vote on their electoral system, period?
Well, that was, I guess, more of a statement than questions, but obviously within a democracy everybody has the right. But as I thought and made the point very clearly, under first past the post, under STV, you can run it if you wish as an individual. You can run it as a first past the post. You're not obliged to do anything except choose one candidate, in which case it becomes a first past the post election from your perspective. And that does give you the choice. So my answer to you, Councillor, would be that under STV, you can have your cake and eat it too.
My question was, do you oppose a referendum on the issue simply because of the cost? Or do you think that people shouldn't have the choice of which system they vote with?
Oh, absolutely, people should have the choice. If you
Thank
ask me
you.
to make a further comment on it, I think it was fairly negligent of central government. They don't. I think it's unreasonable that you guys have to sit around the council here and make a decision every 3 years. And I think it's equally unreasonable when you look at the way in which we elect our central government and our parliament. They don't make that choice. We don't get a choice as electors on that. So I actually believe that it would be appropriate to lobby government to change the Local Election Act.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr Barron, thank you for your presentation. You've touched on this, but I wanted to ask you, with your knowledge and interest as a ratepayer, your knowledge and interest in the STV system, and as a ratepayer, what's your comment about the unbudgeted expenditure a poll would cost in the COVID environment, in the post-COVID environment?
Sorry, say again. Sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
So what would be your comment, further comment, on the unbudgeted cost in a post-COVID environment when we're very aware of the dollars and cents?
Well, I think it'd be incredibly bad use of ratepayer funds, if that answers the question, because when I look at the social media sites that I've been following, there's been significant criticism of this council for its unbudgeted costs, and this would seem to be, particularly at this time, would seem to be a very inappropriate use of unbudgeted council funds. But
thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Mr Barron, for your presentation. Through my research, the only consistent advantage I can glean or find around FPP is its simplicity. Is it your opinion that if this council decides to move back to FPP, that we are sacrificing democracy for simplicity?
that would certainly be my opinion. I don't think that when you look at the research, you look around the world, that that FPP ever produces representative governance. If you look at the history over perhaps the last 100 years, I could be wrong on this, but I don't think we've ever had, prior to MMP, I don't think we ever had an elected government that represented the true majority of the electors, and nor did it represent many of the minor parties. So I mean, I think if you look around this table here, if we go back to an FPP system, I suspect that many people around this table wouldn't get elected.
Councillor O'Malley.
Worship. Thank you, Mr. Barron. Would you acknowledge that potentially, often as not, the controversy exists when the system that's being used shows potentially its weaknesses or its disparities against the other system, and usually people, when they see that they could have had a different outcome by one system versus the other, that's often when this debate comes up. And the analogy I'm going to give is back to your Holden-Ford analogy. What if the Holden vote had been 28%, 28%, and then I think that's 46% for the Fords.
56, yeah.
Yeah. 28, 20 is 56, 44% for the Ford. In other words, the Ford vote by itself was substantially bigger than the two Holden votes apart, but the Holden voters, being who they are, were very loyal, and therefore when you put them together, they get their majority of 56. Would you acknowledge, or do you acknowledge, that that's a point where if you were a Ford voter, you would say, I'm not too happy with the outcome here because of the way in which we went through the method? Could that be something that people would be upset about?
I could understand why people would be upset about it, but I think you could make a compelling argument they shouldn't be upset about it. I mean, I think at the end of the day, no matter which way, particularly where we have very partisan elections, I think no matter which way it goes, there seem to be, the community doesn't seem to want to accept the outcome of community wish, and they feel very aggrieved by it. I don't actually really understand the fact that they are aggrieved, but it's very clear, not to put a fine gloss on it, that there are some of the ratepayers in Dunedin who are very aggrieved at the moment. Now, I would say that that is because you can't, people have had their vote. Those that elected not to vote, the greater problem that we have in this democracy and every democracy is the very low participation rates, and that's not a function of the voting system. That's a function of a whole series of things which I'd suggest that neither you or I or this council can address. We're all here because we exercise our democratic right. Those who choose not to, I believe, are failing at the very fundamental of our democracy. If there's one thing in our democracy that's implicit, is that you have to participate. Not participating is not an option, in my view.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. You might not be able to answer this, Mr. Barron, but I thought it was very interesting that Professor Harwood's study showed that women do a lot better in STV systems. Have you got any comment on why that might be?
Well, I think it's a function, once again, of the first past the post system, that with STV, you get a broader perspective, and the community view is totally represented. In an FPP election, that is not necessarily the case. So I think that it's very clear. I mean, I've only just seen what was in the paper this morning from Professor Hayward, the same as you have. I believe you may have the full report. But it's very clear that her research shows, and I would, Councillor Vandervis said before that Professor Hayward was in favour of STV. I think she carried out some research and she represented the research view. I don't think she expressed a personal view. I certainly am representing a personal view, but if you look around the table, I think that you inevitably find with STV you'll get better representation on a gender basis, on a cultural basis, and reflecting the views of the community.
Thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Peter, it's not it's just a speculative question I've got, but in the case of Australia, where with the national elections voting is compulsory, and I'm sure that some people must just scribble on the ballot papers and just do it out of protest, but do you have any views about the number? If we had compulsory voting, do you know if people then would take it seriously, or do you think that would be a wrong thing as well? I've
just come back from living 4 years in Australia and watching their elections, etc. And whilst I recognise that voting is compulsory in Australia, I don't think it actually changes the outcome at all. It's, I think the same arguments go on. That's my personal view. I mean, I personally would not favour compulsory voting. I mean, it is the right of people not to vote, but having said that, I strongly urge that people, as part of our obligation of living in a democracy, do vote. So I'm sorry, that probably doesn't answer your question, but...
Not whether or not you made the comment that the largest problem you see is that people choose not to vote, and I know it's very low voter rates, and I was just sort of trying to think, is there something we could do about that would, you know, if I was compulsorily told to do something, I'd imagine I wouldn't do it very well. So I'm just wondering what the answer is to actually raise those voting levels and to engage people to do it properly and make them care.
I feel like we're...
I think there is a disconnect. I mean, as you probably know, I was an elected DHB board member for 9 years, and I mean, one of the problems that we had, and I'm sure that you have, is that you might stand on a platform, but the reality of the decisions we have to make with the information that's put in front of us is always different, and you have to be mobile, you have to change your opinions. And I think the key thing is that whatever we do, I think you as a council and we as individuals have to inform as many people as possible, which is the reason I'm here today, because I realise this is a public forum and this is an opportunity to make these views known, and hopefully they will resonate with some people.
Thanks. I'm wary of this turning into a wider conversation about civics and civics education, but I'll take questions from Councillors Walker and Van der Vis, and then we'll move on. Yep,
sorry to be back, but you've reminded me, as you've been talking about another question I have, and there is a question coming here, Your Worship, around the fact that some people get aggrieved by looking at the data, particularly the first iteration after an STV election, then assuming that would translate to an FPP election, and that makes me feel really uncomfortable because the systems are different. Do you have an opinion on the way people do that?
Well, I think what people don't understand is I don't think they understand the process of firstly the quota and how the quota is arrived at. And I mean, that's very clear. That's the sum of the total people that voted with valid votes. So the invalid votes and the way are set aside, and arriving at the quota. And then it's a process, obviously, under STV, if you get to the 50%, so if it was 2 candidates, you get to 50% plus 1 vote, you're elected. It doesn't go to any iterations. What people don't seem to understand is that, and I read a commentary, somebody replied to me the other day and said, well, some anonymous person is transferring my vote and making a vote on my behalf. They're not. If you've listed everybody, then the votes are being transferred based on your preferences. It's just that it's being done on a computer model, and it is a complex model.
Councillor Van der Vis.
You've talked about Professor Hayward's research and the generalisations that have followed from it, and you speak in support of them. Are you aware that Professor Hayward has herself said, and I quote, "The data set is small and the number of STV elections makes it difficult to make broad generalisations"?
I'm only aware, as I said earlier, Councillor, I've only seen what was reported in the newspaper today. I haven't had the opportunity to read her report. If you say that that's what she said, then that's fine. It would be, from a research perspective, it would be an honest presentation.
Her report is actually, her main report is actually in the public agenda papers that we've got. In fact, our report is essentially hers. She's also given us some additional information, which I can forward to you if you like, in which she says that the data set is small and it's difficult to make broad generalisations, yet the report is in fact 17 pages of fairly broad generalisations.
If that's your opinion, I'll accept it.
Oh, it's just
Thank you,
a fact, and I've quoted that to you, and I'm glad that you acknowledge it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. for your time and for your
Thank you.
input. Mr. Cowie. I'll move to extend public forum beyond half an hour. Seconded Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Welcome, sir. The next 5 minutes are yours.
Thank you. As per, so I'm speaking on the same topic as the previous speaker. I think I have some slightly different comments that go in a slightly different direction, so hopefully it won't be too repetitive. The basic point I'm making is the same point. I'm concerned that if there was a switch to first past the post, it would result in less competitive elections, a council that would be less representative, less diverse, and less legitimate. And so, like the previous speaker, I want to ask you to reject any change. As we saw before, a lot of the debate is on the mayoral election, the single winner election. But I want to move on from that and talk about the council election, and focus on why it's so important to have a proportional voting system on the council election. So there's two criticisms from what I'm taking of STV. First is that the demand on voters to rank all the candidates is that this is difficult on voters. And in response to that, yes, it is a little bit more difficult. I would say the difference is overstated. It does exist, I acknowledge that. Secondly, the people think that the way the votes are counted is quite complicated. Yes, the way votes are counted under STV is quite complicated, especially in a multiple winner election like for the council with 14 winners. The algorithm gets a bit detailed. However, the principle is still very simple. Your single vote starts at your number one, and it moves down through your preferences in order to ensure your vote is not wasted. So people might argue for some other disadvantages, but these are, in my views, the primary ones. I think they're a little overstated. They do exist. For these small disadvantages, you get an enormous advantage, and this is proportional representation. I cannot underestimate how important proportional representation is to democracy, to having a representative council. And I don't think many people understand when there's multiple winners, a multi-winner ward, an FPP, how bad the FPP block vote actually is. If you've got some time, take a look through some election results in a place like Auckland with FPP local boards, especially local boards, I have to say. I'll just read to you the results of the first local board in the Auckland Council election results. There's two factions, community and ratepayers and city vision. I'll just read the results. First place, CNR, 6,200 votes. There's 4 winners in this. Second place, CNR, 5,900 votes. Third place, CNR, 5,600 votes. Fourth place, CNR, 5,400 votes. Fifth place, City Vision, 5,300 votes. So the top CNR candidate got 6,200 votes. The top City Vision candidate got 5,300 votes. This was a close election, 1,000 votes in it, pretty close. Yet one faction won all 4 seats. This is not representative. This was competitive, and I looked through the list. This is not a left-right thing. The next election on the list is the same, but City Vision won and CNR lost all 4 seats. This is not representative. Decision makers should look like the communities they represent. Within our framework of representative democracy, systems of proportional representation achieve this. In our legislative framework, STV is the only system of proportional representation that can be used for councils. So proportional representation is the main thing. I'll make a small second point. Simple voter choice. Under STV, you can vote for who you want without having to second guess who the viable candidates are. And you can run for office without being a spoiler. If you look at FPP elections, especially mayoral elections, there's 2 candidates, 3 candidates. People are put off from running. This is bad. In conclusion, yes, voting is a little bit easier in first past the post, but there's no choice in who to vote for, or maybe a binary choice. If you're not part of the majority, your vote gets wiped out. If you're part of the majority, your vote can count 2 times more, 3 times more, 4 times more than it should. If you think the ballot paper at the last election was too much, and I can agree it was a burden. It was 37 candidates for 14 seats. And I do take that seriously. I think it does have an effect. The answer to that is to look at the representation arrangements. Dunedin could have 2 wards of 7, 3 wards of 5. That would be clumsy in drawing the boundaries. It wouldn't be ideal, but it would solve that problem. That is a conversation for another day. As Professor Hayward notes, the voting system and the representation arrangements are separated, and they shouldn't be. But if you think every vote should count, please keep STV today.
Thank you. You happy to take questions? Questions? Councillor Vandevers?
You've said that the STV algorithm is simple. Are you aware that our modified STV algorithm that is used for council elections was created by 2 internal affairs computer programmers 20 years ago, and that they have decided on completely arbitrary thresholds for triggering iterations? They no longer work for internal affairs, they've moved on. And when I've asked Warwick Lamp of Elections NZ to actually justify how that algorithm works and justify the arbitrary thresholds at which it triggers, there is no answer, because nobody actually knows now what the justification for these arbitrary thresholds is.
I am aware of how the algorithm works and where it comes from. I did not say that the algorithm was simple. I said the principle was simple. The reason the algorithm is very complicated is that simple versions of STV have a few small technical flaws in them, and the algorithm that was designed, I think it was in literature and it was picked up by people in Wellington. I don't think it was designed in Wellington. The algorithm reduces some of the small little exploits in the older STV systems that you see in Australia, Ireland, and other places. It's the best, it's the most sophisticated algorithm in the world, and I can entirely say it is a really good algorithm.
My question was, do you recognise that the arbitrary thresholds in the algorithm were produced by 2 internal affairs computer programmers 20 years ago who have since moved on and are now no longer able to justify why those thresholds have been chosen?
I have read justifications for if you're referring to I think it's 5 or 6 decimal places threshold. If that's the threshold you're referring to, I've read justifications of this in the literature.
Thank you.
Just a semantics word, really. Do you think that a threshold that's determined by someone under theoretical consideration is arbitrary?
If it is arbitrary, it's not arbitrary in a particularly interesting way. It's arbitrary because you've got to set the threshold somewhere. But I'm not 100% sure whether you're referring to the...
I'm actually referring to Councillor Vandevers' use of the word arbitrary, well, which I think might have, but I can't tell what's in his head, a presumption that there was no rationality behind the decision, that it was simply arbitrarily picked.
It is arbitrary because you've got to set a threshold somewhere. It's logical, it's not particularly important.
Apologies, there are none. I'll move that we confirm the agenda with the following amendments in regard to Standing Order 21.4 Option C be adopted in relation to moving and seconding and speaking to amendments, and that item C2, property negotiations in a city site, be taken at 2 p.m. following lunch to enable external representatives to attend the meeting. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Item 5, declarations of interest. I'll move that council... Oh, are there any additions? Councillor Van Evers.
I'm very unhappy with the report that we have as item 9.
We're on declarations of interest. Are there any amendments people need to make to the interest register? I'll move that we note the elected members' interest register, confirm the proposed management plan and note the proposed management plan for the executive leadership team. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Confirmation of minutes. I'll move that Council confirm the public part of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 30th of June as a correct record. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Any discussion? All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Item 7, Mosgiel Tairi Community Board, Councillor Houlihan.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Council notes the minutes of the Mosgiel Tairi Community Board meeting held on 18 March 2020.
Seconded, Councillor Wiley. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Part A reports. Item 8, Adoption of Roading Bylaw 2020. Ms. Benson, Mr. Tannock, welcome. You to take the report as read. Questions? Councillors? Councillor O'Malley?
Just a question around scaffolding on footpaths. So if the bylaw is adopted and we've defined the road as boundary to boundary, then footpath is defined as road when it comes to scaffolding, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, it is a road. The road applies from boundary to boundary, and that includes the footpath.
I'm thinking of some buildings around town that might be using scaffolding to hold up protuberances over the footpath. Under this bylaw now, will they be required to either seek a variance or will in fact now be breaching the bylaw?
So the current process that we follow is that we allow scaffolding to be put up under a traffic management plan, a temporary traffic management plan. However, we don't currently require any ongoing permission for that thing to be there. It's kind of at Council's pleasure. There are a lot of policies and procedures that we would like to put in under these bylaws, and that's a work in progress for us.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm not thinking about someone putting up temporarily, but someone who's used it as a method of supporting something and has just more or less left it there. Cool, thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, I just got a question, and I understand, I've read the law, the bylaw, and I think it's by and large good, but I'm just wondering at what stage do we enforce, and I just think of some of the damage I see that's done to roads, and whether it's diggers loading on, you know, middle of the road and that sort of thing in the rural areas, or people leaving mud and rubbish on roads, which then go in and degrade and cause massive potholing and that sort of thing. And I'm just wondering, do you have a policy of inspecting roads and doing something about that, or is it just by and large left to complaints?
So we're not actively looking for these bylaw breaches. You know, as they come to our interest, we'll deal with them in however it's sort of appropriate. In some cases, if there's a lot of damage, then yes, it is appropriate to follow them up. Yeah.
Do you ever find that people are prosecuted for the damage that they're causing to roads?
So, you know, in my experience, it's quite difficult to get to that level because there's quite an expense involved in prosecuting. So, you know, generally it would be, talking to people first and getting them to try and fix up what they've done, or somehow, manage it in that way rather than going straight to a prosecution.
And I guess the other side of it is not just the physical damage it does to the road, but often I do have concerns in rural areas, particularly where there's a lot of mud left on roads, and then mud turns to fine, it spreads out in the rain, people drive over it, trucks drive over it, gets spread, but then those areas can become particularly slippery and dangerous if you're unaware of it. And I'm just wondering if there should be some sort of well, maybe just checks on roads in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, we do follow up on those particular types of complaints, regularly, every year as it gets darker and things, and, wetter. We haven't done a concerted campaign, but that's a possibility that we could do something like that. But yeah, like I said, we do follow up on them when we become aware of them. Yeah.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just note on point 8 of the paper that we received that there was no feedback received on this proposed continuation of the roading bylaw. Were you surprised by that?
No, it's a rollover of an existing bylaw, and there's been a couple of very minor changes to definitions, so I'm not surprised by that.
Okay, and I guess for someone who may see this in the ODT tomorrow morning and go, okay, I missed this, do you think we actually contacted or shared this information widely enough to the industry?
So we sent it out to stakeholders, including all of the people that apply for permission to dig within the road corridor, and it also went out with general consultation. So we did apply, consult fairly widely. Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks for going to that level.
Councillor Reddick.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Firstly, about containers. So currently, there are quite a few people when shifting house, they'll hire a container, have it delivered to their house and pack it, and then picked up and taken away. My reading of this is that they would have to get a permit to do that now. Is that the case? Or is that, yeah, is that the case?
I think that comes under the traffic and parking bylaw, so that's not this bylaw, I don't believe, although I will have another look later on. There can be several bylaws that apply to the same thing. My understanding is for shipping containers and for skips and things like that, you do need to have a permit, although that may not be required in some areas.
Yeah. And the other question was house numbers, 10.2, that all houses should have numbers. Is there any enforcement of that currently? Is that likely to change under the instatement of this bylaw?
So given that it's a rollover, and I'm not aware of any changes to or any sort of enforcement of that in the past, it would be if it becomes an issue. Yep.
Further questions? Someone like to move the recommendations? Moved Councillor O'Malley, seconded Councillor Hall. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Item 9, electoral system for future local authority elections. Ms Sullivan and Ms Graham speaking to the report, and it's my intention in due course to move clauses A and E to confirm the existing system and give a required statutory public notice of the right to electors to demand a poll, but I'll take questions of the report. Councillor Van der Vis.
Why does this report have one singular source of opinion, and that is from the STV advocate and long-term campaigner, Professor Janine Haywood?
Noted in paragraph 8, Solgum DIA and LGNZ commissioned a report. It's been subsequently upgraded, subsequently amended for the 2017, and it has been approved as guidance for councils to use, for all councils to use should they so wish.
So because Solgum has approved it, you are happy for one singular STV campaigner to put all the opinion in this report, 17 pages of it, from that one source, in addition to the supplementary source that she's recently sent us as well?
Certainly, comments can be taken back to Department DIA and LGNZ and Solgum if there are further possibilities for such a guidance, but that is the guidance that we have.
Given that the opportunity exists in this particular item for council not just to choose between STV and first past the post, but the opportunity is there for council to decide on actually having a referendum to let the public decide whether we use STV or first past the post. Why is it that this item, this report, only lists the options of STV versus FPP, and although admitting the possibility of a referendum, doesn't give specific options for voting for a referendum?
Does Councillor C asks whether council, or asks council to consider whether it wishes to undertake a poll on the matter. It is presented as an option.
The options that I have read are basically for first past the post or for STV. Those are the options 1, STV status quo, option 2, first past the post. My question is, again, why is it that those options have been listed as option 1 and option 2, but that having a referendum or not hasn't been listed as an option in the same way?
So the options relate, where I list FPP and STV, relate to the electoral systems that councils can use. What this report must do, which it does do, is give public statutory notice of a right to demand a poll. That is, whether council chooses to undertake a poll on the matter, that is a decision for council, but it must give the statutory public notice which is required by the 19th of September.
I understand that it must give a statutory notice, and that's why it's in there. My question was, why is that option not listed as one of the options for us to vote on?
Because it's relating to the electoral system, not whether or not council wishes to undertake a poll on the matter.
So in short, this item then is not about whether or not we have a referendum. It is simply about council preference for STV or FPP.
Well, the recommendations give all of the possible options for council in terms of how they wish to deal with the matter. The underlying fact is that there must be public notice given of the right to demand a poll, regardless of whether council decides.
Thank you.
Councillor, if you're going to ask questions of staff, I'd prefer you give them the opportunity to finish their answers.
If they answer twice in the same way, Your Worship, I don't see any point in delaying the process. I'm sure that you would agree with that.
No, I don't. I think your rudeness is unfortunate, and I'd prefer you allow staff the opportunity to answer questions. Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. I have two questions, and the first one, I guess, is a new one, just related to Councillor van der Vis's first question. I assume, Ms Sullivan, that you expect councillors to do their own research if they feel that the information and or facts within the report don't seem satisfactory. Would that be an expectation?
Yes, some councillors would do their own research regardless on any matter.
Yep, thank you. And the second question relates to the near $250,000 potential cost if we decide that that a referendum is needed. Can you just maybe just outline what's the major part of that cost?
Well, if we receive a valid poll before and it is deemed as valid, so if it meets the 5% threshold, then by the 21st of February 2021, then council is required to hold a poll, which is essentially the same as an election across the whole of the district. And so a voting paper would go out to all 94,000 electors to vote on the matter, so it is essentially the same running as an election. If we receive that after the 21st of February and it is valid, then the poll we could discuss with the petitioner to hold the poll in conjunction with the elections in 2022.
So I assume it's primarily postage. I mean, that's one of the major costs. 94,000
yes.
times. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just following on from the preceding question, you mentioned validity of any poll request. Can you usefully make any comment about the processes that would be followed to check the validity of people signing such a request in terms of multiples, actual ratepayer ID and so on?
Certainly. So anyone who signs a petition to demand a poll, they have to put their name and address and their signature as they are listed in the Electoral Act for the parliamentary elections, for the local body elections in 2019. So all of those signatures have to be checked to make sure that they are on the roll and that they've only signed it once. Only when it meets that threshold is it determined valid.
And that presumably is an expensive exercise given the time it would take to do that checking. And is that in addition to the cost that...
That would be in addition.
Thank you. One other question, if I may, Your Worship. Can you confirm that in the list of 5 recommendations following the executive summary in the report, that item C states that Council considers whether it wishes to undertake a poll on the matter? Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, so no matter what we vote, say if we vote today for STV or if we vote, well, whichever we vote for, does it mean that the public can still have a poll and overturn that because that's their right? Is that the case?
Absolutely.
Right.
Correct.
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Reddick.
Just a process question. How are we going to take that? We have 4 choices.
As I said at the start of the item, I'm planning on moving, these aren't all mutually exclusive options. There are a range of options that we've been asked. I'm moving A and E, that we confirm the existing voting method of single transferable vote and that we give the statutory public notice of the right to electors to demand a poll.
So if councillors wanted to go D and E, could we? How could we achieve that?
Well, that would be contrary to what is being proposed. You would need to defeat the motion and then foreshadow that as a subsequential motion. Any other questions? Is there a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Walker. Thank you. I just want to speak to this briefly, and I've resisted making comment on the way that Professor Hayward's work has been characterised in the discussion so far, but I think to reduce it to opinion and advocacy is unfortunate. It is work that draws upon her academic research, and these are the conclusions that she has drawn. As with any conclusions in the world of academia, that's open to challenge. That's the whole purpose of academic research, but it certainly is doing it no justice, that body of work, to characterise it in a rather reductive fashion as that of a campaigning, the opinion of a campaigning advocate. What it does show us is that in a single member race, the community is assured of electing someone with a majority mandate from the community under an STV system, and that isn't the case under first past the post. And in multi-member races, or races that have multiple winners, we have a greater chance of electing diverse candidates from within our community where those people choose to stand. And I think it's hard to argue that in the years since STV was introduced as a voting system in Dunedin in 2004, that we haven't elected as a community more diverse groups of people to represent us. We have a fair way to go in terms of making sure that our elected bodies look more reflective of the communities that elect them, but it has been supported by a voting system that delivers those outcomes. I disagree with, and this is to my point around the conclusions, I do disagree with the comments Professor Hayward makes around strategic voting, and that STV isn't a strategic voting method. I think I would argue that it is a strategic voting method by design, and that people choose how they rank their candidates, or how many candidates they rank, with exactly those sorts of outcomes in mind. But again, that is my interpretation. I'm not saying any other interpretation is invalid, and we may have seen the ongoing debates between Andrew Geddes and Dean Knight from an electoral law perspective as to how the STV system should function, or how people should use it. The comment is often made that it's too complicated, the STV system, and I think certainly the procedural mathematics that go into counting the vote certainly is complicated, but the voting method certainly isn't, in terms of asking people to count in numerical order from 1 until whenever they wish to stop ranking people or run out of candidates to rank. So by switching back to a first past the post system, the risk is that you are in taking up a simpler vote count process, you end up with a system that is less representative, or returns less representative councils or elected members, and I don't think that's a trade-off worth making. And certainly, that was the will of the Dunedin community when we changed the system for the 2004 election, which was the result of a poll, a petition being raised and a poll being demanded, and the outcome of that poll was the voting system that we currently have. I don't think the cost of running the referendum is a valid argument against having one. I think you can't put a price on democracy, and if we give people the option to get a petition up and demand a poll, then that should be supported, and people have that option now, as they have since the option was presented in time for the 2004 local body elections. So if that is successful, that is exactly what we will do. But when this body is presented with a choice between those two methods, I find it hard to make a case against the status quo. Further speakers, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I completely support people's choice to hold a poll if they want to, and to vote for either first past the post or STV. Given we're in a democracy, I think that right has to be had. However, I will be voting for to remain with the system we've got, which is the STV. As a woman, and as a woman who's Māori as well, I know statistically I'm completely, there's hardly representative-wise, there's not many Māori women in councils or in governance in New Zealand. So given that, I think the fact that STV gives women more chances of getting on local government, I am in full support of this. I'm a huge, everyone who knows me I think knows I'm a huge advocate to support women in governance and leadership roles. So I will be voting for this.
Thank you. Councillor Vanivers.
I have already in writing listed the many deficiencies that I see in this report, and 5 minutes doesn't give me time to go over them. I believe there are 3 issues of great democratic importance involved in this one item, and they are not teased out appropriately. The first is whether or not we decide to have a referendum on the issue. Unfortunately, recommendation C, which doesn't appear in any of the options, considers whether it wishes to undertake a poll on the matter, when what it should read is decides to undertake a poll on the matter. We should have been given a recommendation that says we can decide to have a poll on the referendum. And I believe we should have had that as a separate issue. The issue of whether we go for STV or FPP, I won't debate here because there isn't enough time, and we have not been given information from a source other than the opinion and advocacy that the Mayor claims doesn't actually exist, but is proven since I was first elected in 2004, when already then Professor Janine Hayward was instrumental in getting the change to STV here in Dunedin. It's long-term and established. The third issue, which I believe impacts also quite severely on our democratic process, is the issue of the information supplied in this report. Councillor Walker has asked the question of the author whether there was an expectation for councillors to do their own research if they find a report information lacking, and seems to have had an affirmative answer. The fact is that under the Local Government Act, staff are required, absolutely, to provide balanced information in every report they bring to us that is going to result in a decision. And this has not happened in this case. There is no balance in this report. There is no basis on which we can make an informed decision on STV versus FPP. There is no clear option on us choosing a referendum. And the Mayor's got in first again motion, A, confirms the present electoral system, is exactly what Professor Janine Hayward describes as turkeys voting for Christmas. We have a situation where the single transferable vote system that got our Mayor elected is now being pushed as the only motion. The fact that E is also provided as a motion, that is actually not a motion at all. It's simply a statutory requirement that we give public notice. That had to be done anyway. It's been done by virtue of the report. So it is in no way should that have been included as a recommendation. It's already been done. So we have in front of us the Mayor's motion that confirms the present electoral system and avoids largely the possibility of this council deciding on whether or not we have a referendum. For all of these reasons, I believe that this item is inappropriate. I believe that it doesn't give us the opportunity to address the really important issue of referendum or not. There's no information that would, or option that would help us do that. And that for us to now decide on STV versus first past the post, when we've only had STV advocacy as our information, is entirely inappropriate. As a result, I cannot vote for the single transferable vote system because I don't have the information on the alternative.
Councillor Elder.
I will be supporting this vote and confirm that the present electoral system of single transferable vote and gives the statutory public notice the right of electors to demand a poll. The reason I will support this is because, in fact, it does encourage diversity, and I believe that representation across all the community is what we want and what we want to achieve. And having single transferable vote allows and gives permission to people from across the sector to stand. And that has been a problem in the past because people have felt like the voting system is biased against them. Having the whole city being able to vote for you allows the community that support you a larger voice, and so I would love to see us use this more and in fact educate the community more about the power and the opportunity for them to stand and have a voice in local council elections. So I'll be supporting this, and I believe that it's the best voting system for allowing diversity and inclusion around the table and a representative of the whole community rather than just some.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. Ultimately, for me, the two systems offer a choice between simplicity and democracy. And I guess Councillor Van der Vis is entitled to critique the paper and alleged bias all he wants, but like it or not, wherever you glean your information from, all the reliable sources that I access suggest that FPP, on the whole, elects a council. FPP elects a council as less representative of the makeup of the community casting their votes. And that same analysis shows that the corollary tends to happen with STV elections. That is to say, STV elects a council that represents a greater and wider diversity of voters. It's simply more democratic, and we, as a council, I think, should be applauding that. As I mentioned earlier, the one consistent critique of STV is that it is complicated. I don't think anybody will argue with that, and sometimes difficult to understand. But are we really suggesting here that we should allow simplicity to undermine democracy? I certainly hope not. To use the perceived, it's too complex argument is completely patronising to the Dunedin public, who have been using the system now for 16 years. In fact, you could well argue that changing it back to a less representative system that wastes votes and often elects minority of candidates will in itself be rather complex. I missed out getting elected to council in 2016 under the STV, even though I was in the top 14 after the first iteration, when all the ones were totted up. However, I accepted my defeat, as I realised that I did not have wide enough support from the broad community of Dunedin voters. To me, knowing that a council that fairly represented community wishes had just been elected was far more important than my feelings of disappointment. Democracy was the winner on the day. By its very nature, and as Professor Janine Hayward does point out, no electoral system is perfect. But in my book, broad proportionality, fairness and democracy trump any of the more simplistic arguments posited by the advocates of first past the post.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be supporting this motion. This morning, I just had to walk past the decades of councillor photographs to be reminded that STV is delivering to Dunedin a more diverse and representative council. Council in the 2000s is looking much more representative of the citizens and ratepayers than in the past. STV is to be commended as a way of ensuring that council is more diverse and that voter choices are better represented. Having read a lot of writings on STV and FPP and looked at some of the council results throughout New Zealand, my opinion is that STV is fairer and more equitable and representative than FPP. Councillor Van der Vis commented that people took hours to choose and rank their candidates. I heartily applaud this, as it shows that people are working to make very considered decisions about their representation. Last week, I spoke to a young civics class about getting involved with local politics and to educate themselves about their prospective councillors and how STV works. To STV vote by ranking prospective councillors was certainly seen to provide a more fair and representative council. Thus, I support retaining STV.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I want to start just with a context and note my colleague Councillor Walker's gracious comments around losing that election in an STV system. And perhaps other colleagues could learn from that in terms of graciousness as opposed to being aggrieved by the results. I want to note that Professor Hayward is a highly regarded academic, and we have a paper here that is put forward by Solgum. And that in itself, it doesn't mean to say we have to agree with every part of it, but it does require respect, I believe. In terms of STV, there's no argument that it delivers a more diverse result. And look, we haven't reached what is the kind of diversity that I personally would like to see, and I believe the wider community would like to see, but we're on the road to. And over the past few elections, I've certainly noticed an increase in women being elected. We still have a way to go in terms of minorities and other diversity being elected to this council. Yes, there are some problems. One of them is education, and in fact Professor Hayward's been one of the people trying to do at each election some really good education around how to approach the system, and I've certainly noticed within the community a better understanding as we've gone through several STV elections. I think one of the most confusing things, though, for the public is that we have a number of two different voting systems on one voting paper, and if there's anything that really gets me going, that's the fact that we have one first past the post system on the same voting paper as two STV systems, and that in itself confuses the public. Around the cost, I certainly hear colleagues' views around democracy and people having the right to have a poll. However, I do think that it is pause for thought in this COVID environment, when I would suggest perhaps the very people that are wanting a poll may also be the people that are concerned about council spending currently. And I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Whiting.
Thank you, Your Worship. When I started looking into this, and I look at which electoral systems were used in 2019 on the DIA website, I noted there were 67 used first past the post and 11 used STV. So the first comment I would make is anybody from this council going to tell those other councils, the other 67, that they're not diverse enough and they should have looked at another system? And I think that's very frustrating for many of you to sit here and say how great STV is, because you were elected through that process, but others weren't. The other side of that is that I'm not going to sit here and tell any of those other councils or councillors or mayors that they weren't representative of their community. The voting system is the voting system that the people want. I am going to support what the mayor's put up, simply because in 2003, a petition of eligible voters asked for it. That's what they asked for, that's what they got, and that was the process. The part that I'm looking at today is if somebody comes and presents a petition of eligible voters of 4,674 voters and brings us that petition, then we start going down the process and we engage, and the STV, first past the post, process begins. But first off, we need to look at how we got STV in the first place and let the community bring that to us. The other side of it is that you find me somebody in the community who actually understands STV. And we went through the election last year, and I tell you what, every person I saw, the voting person I came across, all had different views on whether they had to rank all the candidates, just a few. And I can tell you how many came and told me that they weren't even going to bother to vote because it was too hard. The number one thing I think is most important is that we get people voting, and they get voting for who they want. The other thing is, as I listen to some of those comments, and I go back to looking at the list of 67 councils that use first past the post, Otago Regional Council uses first past the post. And Councillor Gowrie touched on it. There is, that one of the problems we have is our voting papers are quite confusing because we have two systems. It is what it is. Let the 4,674 voters on a petition, and whoever brings the petition forward, let's basically go through that process. The final point I want to make, and it was touched on Mr. Barron, is social media has to actually acknowledge we have a mayor that was duly elected by the people of this city, and no matter what system we would have had, he is the mayor, and he was elected by the residents of this city. I have no problem accepting that, and many other mayoral candidates have no problem accepting that. The key issue being is he's elected for a 3-year term, and I think it's time that this community, our city, and all the social media trolls actually accept that's the process. And guess what? In October 2022, they can choose to vote for whichever mayor they want, whichever system they want. But let's get the city moving, and let's stop arguing and what happened in the 2019 election. We have the mayor, that's his role, we embrace what he does. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Bishop, and I actually do want to concur with that last statement. When we talk about balanced, I think we have to ask, balance is not always giving equal space to the yes and no of an argument. In a flat Earth society, it does not deserve the same amount of space when it comes to describing the shape of our planet. I want to move on to diversity, though, and what STV gives us. I like this council, and I like the diversity on this council. Now, I would be known as definitely a left-of-centre person on this council, and I know there are people on this council who would define themselves as right-of-centre. What is actually very important often is the quality of our debate. We bring to the debate different views, different world perspectives, and I have had definitely my opinion changed by people who would not be on this council if everybody got to vote for the same person just like me. So diversity, we often think about diversity and we talk about it as, oh, just a lot of greenies will get on, a lot of lefties will get on, and that's the wrong people. Diversity is everybody, and what this council does, it reflects the whole city. I see the whole city in this council, and that's because you need 7% of the vote, which I do want to get onto. It's 1/14 of the vote, not 1/15 of the vote. I just to correct Professor Hayward in terms of what you need to get on. The 15th vote does not get into the council vote because it's moved on to the mayoral, and then his vote gets redistributed. Often it's not these systems are complained about when they get to when it becomes close, and there's not been a complaint about how the council got elected under STV. The complaints have always come around the mayoral vote because it is, in the end, only one winner at the end. And I look at the electoral college system in the United States and our parliamentary seats in New Zealand. Whenever the vote has got down to like 49-51, there's often an anomaly that it appears, whereas these systems are designed to generally represent the people, and if the vote is wide apart, they come in with generally the same vote, generally the same outcome as the total vote. But when they're close, sometimes you'll get the system delivers one, and then another analysis delivers another, and the side that is lost says if only you'd use the other system. The fact is, this is the system we have chosen, has been picked by the people of Dunedin in the past, and what we are really doing here today is affirming that selection and giving the opportunity that if those feel that it hasn't worked, they have an opportunity to come forward and follow the proper process to have it changed. When it comes down to this idea that this is a particular confusing system, I do want to throw my opinion in on some of the things that have been used that I think cause confusion. It is a single vote which transfers. So when we use the word rank, I think we sometimes get the impression that somehow you're casting some multifaceted vote, that it is distributed across all the candidates. And I think the word order would be better. So it might tell you how your vote's going to work. It's going to start with one person. If they need it, it stays there and it doesn't go any further. I think people don't get that. And that comes to the other point that I really hope that when the paper asks somebody this time around, they ask a few people, how many numbers do you need to put in the column when you're voting? Because your vote only moves on to one other person. Once it's moved 14 times, it can't move any further because the 14th person has been put on council. So you don't have to rank all 35 candidates. It'd be a very perverse outcome that you picked the 17th or 18 in a row unpopular candidates of whom none got on. Generally speaking, in your list, you will find someone who will get on. And I believe that only around about 5 or 6 transferred occurred before most of the votes, or if all of the votes were in fact transferred to somebody where it stayed to them. And if the voter was told that they only had to pick less than 10, they might actually be more likely to fill out their form. And if they were told that their vote is just a single vote which transfers, maybe they will understand it a bit better. I don't think it's that complex, but I think often the explanation is complex. Oh, and yes, I'm of course voting for this.
Councillor Raddick.
Thank you. So there's been a lot of talk about democracy here, and I'm disappointed. Consequently, I'm disappointed that we didn't get to vote, that we're not going to get to vote today for the option of making no decision on the electoral system, because after all, it is the ratepayers, the voters, that decide our electoral system, and not us, unless of course we had pushed to change it from here. But essentially, the vote today is to recognise that it is the ratepayers that decide, and naturally we give them the statutory right to demand a poll. So that certainly would have been my preference. However, in the absence of that, the present system to me does seem to work okay and seems to be a genuine popularity contest, although despite many people do find it quite difficult to get their heads around. And I suppose that, it appears to me the more we talk about it, the more complex it actually seems. However, my only suggestion to that would be people can vote for their top 14 preferences. Who would they like to see on council, and perhaps stop there. But who knows? Anyway, I do recognise that the present electoral system is STV.
Further speakers? Just in response, I think we've got to be careful about overstating the impact of the electoral system on the composition of the council that gets elected. STV in and of itself won't get you a more diverse group of people, but if a more diverse range of candidates run, then it is more likely to return a more diverse group of people. And so the system alone isn't going to achieve that. We still need to do the work and to encourage a greater range of people to put their hand up and run for office. All we can do is, if we're choosing between two systems, choose the one that gives them a better chance of getting elected, and therefore making our elected body slightly more representative of the community that elects it. And I certainly don't intend this to be a critique or a criticism of any other community or any other council and the composition of that and the way they go about doing it. This is about what I think is best for our city and our community, and it's entirely in the hands of other communities to make decisions that they think best serve them. And I did want to pick up just quickly on the point around people being bamboozled by choice and it being too hard to participate in an STV system. And certainly the conflicting academic arguments around how many people you should rank isn't helpful necessarily in that regard. But I think it was equally true under First Past the Post that people didn't vote, not because it was too hard, it's certainly simpler, but because there was no point, or people didn't see the point, because the range of candidates and the likelihood of people that looked like them getting elected was far slimmer under that system. And so people opt out of voting for whatever reason, or choose not to vote for whatever reason, and regardless of the system you have, that is probably going to be true of some people. But I don't think that in itself is a reason to choose what I believe and what I think the evidence shows us is an inferior voting system when we have the choice. And as Councillor Wiley has pointed out, if a majority of the voting public in Dunedin think otherwise, just like they did in 2003, they will do that, and we will follow their wishes. But where we are presented with the option, I think, aside from the spelling error of transferable, we need to choose it. And I think the abbreviation to STV isn't necessarily helpful. I mean, the single transferable vote, the clue is in the name. It is a single vote that transfers, but that is often lost in the acronym, and that's probably not helpful. But today's not a time for debating voter education campaigns that can come subsequently, and I will put the motion. All those in favour? We'll take it by division. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope. Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso. Councillor Lord. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis. Councillor Walker. Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Carried 14-1.
Thank you. Item 10, St Clair Beach Timber Groin and Risk Assessment. Mr Simon Smith. Mr Drew. To speak to the report.
No, we're happy to take the report as read and just answer some questions.
Perfect.
Thank
Questions? Councillors? Oh, you can, it's happy, you don't have to do that now, that's fine. We'll deal with questions. But questions of the report? Councillor O'Malley?
Thank you, Worship. Thanks, Mr Simon Smith, Mr Drew. I'm just touching on your points in your mentioning of the term erosion and the activity a groin might do. And I'm looking at basically parts 3 and 4 on page 59 of our report. In those diagrams, especially the figure 2 diagram, you've got basically accretion on one side and erosion on the other side. Is that typical of a slatted groin, or is that more typical of a solid groin?
Yeah, so it's a good point you make there. That would assume the groin would be impermeable, which the proposed timber groin would be close to but not quite, so there'd be some permeability. So that would be more pronounced than the erosion accretion zones that you would see with the proposed timber groin. Yeah.
Thanks. And then obviously the figure below, so figure 3, those look like big rock groins in what appears, I would guess, to say a pretty active coastal state by the look of it. And it looks like they're protecting a cliff set that I'm guessing was probably under erosion before those groins were built, based on the fact that those groins got built. They are impermeant groins, again, by the look of them, and there's significant accretion on one side. Would it be potentially another term to use would be inhibited accretion on the other side as opposed to erosion, given that it looks like a beach has formed on both sides of that groin?
Yeah, I see what you mean. So you're talking about relative to the other side and how you framed that. So potentially, but I think importantly we would also demonstrate that most times groins are placed on beach systems like this. They're also paired with beach nourishment activity, so the bringing in and dumping of sand on the beach, which I know that this case did have beach nourishment in association with it, so they're there to arrest or stop the alongshore drift of sediment. Yeah.
And then just back to the specifics, because as I think we all agree, every beach is different. In the St Clair groin, was there ever an observation of a significant erosion activity on either side of those groins?
No, I think it would be fair enough to say that the typical sort of erosion accretion zones are not something that we typically see with the historic groins that have been located on St Clair Beach, but that's ultimately a function of the fact that that beach is dominated by cross-shore, sort of onshore, offshore movements of sediment, so you don't see that sediment pattern result. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you for the report. A couple of questions. First one is the suggestion that the groin required would need to be the length of a par 5 on a golf course at nearly 400 metres. Is that something that is normal throughout the world, or is it anomalous?
Yes, sorry, so that's not actually a suggestion. Thank you. So what we're sort of getting at there is that the proposed 65 metre long timber groin is not substantial or large enough to have a significant implications for Kettle Park. So if you were to locate that groin in that same position and expect to have implications for that zone of beach adjacent to Kettle Park, then really all we're getting at there is you need something substantially longer. But if Kettle Park was your target zone, if where you wanted to benefit, then really what you would do is not build it in the proposed location, but position it much closer to Kettle Park.
Thank you. Thank you. Could also be a very long par 4. My second question is, throughout the report, is there any reason why, when you looked at the effects of reinstating the groin, that there's absolutely no mention whatsoever of a Tonga species, endangered wildlife that inhabit that beach? Was that was that a purposeful admission, or?
So is your suggestion there that the groin, given that it's a physical construct on the beach, could have negative implications for... Yeah, so that's a fair assumption.
Particularly if we have 7 of them.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Could I just, I mean, the St Clair Beach, in my opinion, in the opinion I think of a lot of people, is, you know, our pearl and our oyster and our jewel, whatever it is, what's that saying? Our jewel and our crown. I mean, it's gorgeous. It's an absolutely beautiful beach. I just think that with, because Councillor Raddick has put a lot of work and a lot of passion into this project, and you know, talking about the groins and researching it. And I think, what is the harm in us trying something that doesn't cost a lot of money to see if it works? Because in my opinion, and I think the opinion of most people in Dunedin, is that we've got to do whatever we can, no matter what, to save St Clair Beach. You know, that's what I hear all the time. And this option does see, you know, some of the proposals that are being put forward by Councillor Raddick seem quite reasonable, and they're not overly expensive. And yet, yeah, I know your report sort of reckons maybe not doing that, but it seems to me, why would that be when we could try something that's inexpensive and could make a difference?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The question is, I'm asking, why can't we trial, you know, a groin on our St Clair? Because really, we've got to do whatever we can, because look at what's happened. Unfortunately, it's got away, and we can't even get down on the beach in a lot of places now. So we need urgent action, really, I would say. It's very urgent, and I don't want us to lose our jewel and our crown of our city, because St Clair Beach is so beautiful, and it makes you feel great when you walk along it. And so if we could do something like a groin that seems reasonably inexpensive.
Councillor, can you pause to let them answer the question, please?
I'd finished.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really fair point. I think ultimately our recommendation is to explore this option amongst others through the St Clair to St Kilda coastal plan process. So it's not to say that this won't be action, but simply let's give it the chance to be stacked up against all the other options. Yeah.
Councillor Vandervis.
Do I clearly understand that the argument against having a groin is that although it gives you accretion increase on one side, it gives you erosion on the other?
Yes, so that's certainly part of the argument. Yeah.
Why is it then when you look at all the historic photos, and I mean all of them going back over 100 years in St Clair, and there are some of these photos taken from quite an elevated angle, why is it that you do not see the claimed equal erosion on one side of the groin? Why is it that the beach was that much better and longer and going out further, and why is it not visible on any of those photos if that is what happens when you have a groin?
Yeah, so it's a good point. I think central to that is there's so much else going on. We've got a seawall that's positioned substantially further seaward than historic seawalls have been. We've got a slightly elevated sea level. We've got potentially less sediment being delivered to that coastline, and lots of other things that are at play. But what you are certainly alluding to there is that the cross-shore dominant system, the moving of sediment onshore and offshore, means that the groins didn't show that sort of erosion zone. But under that same assumption, we can then assume that they're not providing as much benefit in actually trapping sand either, because if they're not showing the accretion zone, then similarly they shouldn't be showing if they're not showing that erosion zone on the downdrift side, then similarly they shouldn't be showing that sort of marked accretion zone on the updrift side.
Wouldn't it be much more logical to assume that in fact the absence of an erosion zone shows that there is accretion on both sides of a groin, and that it's actually a win-win as opposed to the win-lose proposed in this paper.
You can have a switching back from the sort of southwest to southeast currents on that coastline where you could achieve sediment trapping on both sides, so you can have a degree of that, but ultimately we don't know, and the Sinclair-St Kilda process will give us a good chance to better understand exactly that.
Okay, my final question, and it relates to a different possibility. When we looked at this issue, it must have been 10 years ago now on council, there was quite a bit of information provided on soft beach technology. That is basically great rubber sausages filled with water that you put along the beach that absorb the energy of waves, and having absorbed the energy, the waves then drop their sand and don't drag it back out. Have you looked at soft beach technology as an option? It was looked at 10 years ago. Are you looking at it now?
Yeah, so that what you're referring to there is a submerged breakwater, something that would effectively trip the wave, reduce the energy and allow sand to build up on the beach. Again, that's one of the many options that will be explored through our process. Yeah.
Right, and will you explore it to the extent of actually pricing these great big rubber sausages that you hide in the surf, or?
Ultimately, that will be determined by the direction that the community decides to take through our engagement process, and also the viability that will be informed through some of our technical work. So can't really say at this stage, but we'll see. Yeah.
We will get some information on that option later on.
As much as we would with any option that would be a preference of the community. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Tom, in just reading this report, I'm just a tad confused in a couple of areas. We've got the proposal for a groin going out, replicating what I could see was established in 1955 with the timber poles. Then in the report it talks quite a lot about Kettle Park and the effects on Kettle Park. Can you just expand on that a little bit? I'm just trying to... I've always read that the timber groins at Sinclair were for Sinclair, not for the area down Middle Beach area.
Yeah, and you're right, they were, but the notice was brought to me with one of the pieces that we had to write to was with respect to the risk of Kettle Park. So it was framed within the context of Kettle Park, regardless of whether it was going to have a positive or negative effect on that zone. Yeah.
Okay. So Kettle Park, from what I can see in the history, in recent history of it, really came about and the damage was done in 2008. That was where the erosion really took place and we lost the end of Monarua Street and things like that.
2007, 2008.
Okay.
Yeah.
What other activity was taking place along the beaches at that time?
What other activity?
Yeah. What could have changed?
Yeah, so that was really localised erosion. So without getting into the detail of it, we had a real significant scarp or erosion zone right at Moanarua Road. That was actually a cause of a rip current, a deeper section of water where waves can extend further up the beach, and that's actually why physical protections like groins and structures are perhaps not a sustainable way to manage that risk, because these rip currents are transient and they're always moving, so we shouldn't really be building structures to manage the effects of things like that. So that, yeah, I guess that's how I'd talk to those effects.
Okay, yeah. So 2007, 2008 was the time when the pipe was going out from Tahuna. A pier was built that was quite extensive and it actually became quite a good wave break, and many of the surfies at the time really enjoyed it. And then I look at the image that you've presented to us over Sinclair Beach on page 51 of our report, where it talks about the blue and the pink and where the potential accretion area was and the potential erosion area was. So I guess I'm sort of, in my mind, trying to fix the Kettle Park area, and what I saw through that period, and that's my eyes visually seeing what took place. A lot of that area was affected by what was taking place with the outfall and the pier that was built at the time, because we also saw a lot of erosion in the very top end of the beach by Lawyer's Head. What are your comments around that?
Yeah, I wouldn't pretend to know exactly the effects that pier might have had on beach accretion and erosion, but again, that pier was located about 1 kilometre to the east of Kettle Park, so again, it's quite far, so difficult to say, really difficult to say.
Okay. The timber structure at Sinclair Beach was, from what I could see, was built in 1955? Or was it older than that?
That's my understanding. Yeah.
Okay. Then we look at the events of June, July 2015 and the erosion that took place, and Mr. Bill Brown was and often submitted to council through that period, and hence we ended up with the sand sausages. But was there much evidence prior to 2015 of erosion taking place in that area?
Yes, so it wasn't the first time. The geobags were also installed in 2006, an earlier iteration of that structure, so it wasn't new. Partly the reason why that area suffers like it does is because it's located right off the end of the seawall, and as a result it gets a sort of edge effect where waves sort of focus in that area. So yeah, it wasn't necessarily new. Yeah.
Okay, and thank you for leading to the seawall, because that's actually where my next question was. In 2002, I believe the council voted to redo the seawall, and in 2004 that work was done. What I also recall, it was something like the fourth option chosen with the fourth modification to that option that was selected. If you were going to design a seawall today, would you design that seawall?
I wouldn't. I'm not an engineer.
Okay.
I'm a coastal geomorphologist.
Okay.
I wouldn't design the seawall.
Okay, good answer. Okay, so I guess what I'm because talking to the residents that backed onto where the sand sausages were put in, and the likes of Bill Brown, there wasn't a lot of erosion until, or a lot of erosion into the sand dunes until we really lost the current wood structures started to basically fall away. And so my thought was, and what I'm trying to tease out is, building like for like, would that have save or retain from 1955?
Yeah, so with respect to the seawall, I think what you're getting at there is the 2004, the current Sinclair seawall saw council reclaiming about close to 10 metres of beach in that corner down near the saltwater pool, and that has undoubtedly changed the dynamics of that beach. So I guess that's another thing we'll be exploring through the coastal plan process, but perhaps it's a more feasible approach to think about design and positioning of the seawall rather than simply groin, or maybe it's a combination of the two, but that's something we're eager to explore. Okay,
and my final question is relating to the RMA and the consents. And having to go through the requirements of that, and I totally appreciate that, but I would be thinking that there would be some ability to support a like-for-like structure that had been there since 1955, and that we weren't looking to enhance or anything like that. We were actually just trying to duplicate 55.
Yeah, as per the report, the occupation and disturbance consents would still be required for the disturbance to disturb the coastal marine area for the purposes of installation, and the occupation consent would certainly be required because it would be located for more than an instant, and as a result it would be impacting marine conditions. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you, Worship. You talked about submarine structures or further consideration of submarine structures. I just want the assurance that the surfing community is fully engaged in the discussions about that matter and this other process, given the uproar that such a suggestion caused previously.
Yeah, I can absolutely assure you of the case. It actually goes the other way. We find it hard to stop getting the surfers along and trying to get the other people, so they're very much engaged. Yeah.
Councillor Hall.
In 2007, 2008, most of the sand did not get dispersed north up the coast. It actually went out to sea and it sat in a sandbar out further off the coast. Because you could go up Aberdeen Road and you could look down on it and you could see it all sitting there. Council brought in experts to put a pump out there and try and pump all the sand back in, but the waves were too great for a machine to sit out there. But the sand didn't wash away, it just moved from the sand dunes out into the water and just stayed there, and it slowly worked its way back in, so it didn't disappear. It was always there.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, Tom, just thinking about not particularly this paper today, but just I noticed at places like Warrington where they built a surf club and now it's so far back from the beach because of a lot of sand coming in. And I'm thinking about the long-term effects of climate change. Recent ORC information sort of indicated that the risk of incursion to South Dunedin was less from groundwater like they had previously perhaps thought, and more from, like, it would appear to me that the risk is if something significant happened anywhere along our beach, we would lose, that would be the most likely chance we'd see a serious flood. Do you believe, or would there be a possibility that we could you design a system for a reasonable cost? I'm not talking 150, but I'm not talking 150 million, that we could actually trap sand at St Clair and then follow it in with plantings of established salt sort of plants that hold the water, the sand together. Is it possible, do you believe, that you could actually have an effect a bit like Warrington's had over the last sort of 40 years?
My advice would be that would be hard pushed to retain a big sandy open beach in front of the St Clair seawall long term. Seawalls simply don't favour the retention of sandy beaches in front of them because waves reflect off them, and you'll be hard pushed. Ultimately, if you want to achieve that, we would need to look at pairing beach nourishment practices with structures and things like that, but that's part of the broad conversation that we're going to be having with the community, but that's one of the more costly approaches, certainly.
But yeah, the question wasn't so much about just right at St Clair by the wall, but I was just meaning right along that stretch of beach, anywhere that's potentially at risk. It is something that potentially could be done with either groins or sausages underwater, or even just pulling the sand up when it's there and stacking it. It is sort of possible.
Yeah, so we'll be looking at the options for the full coastline. That's really what this process is about, is if we focus on St Clair, we're going to run into problems down the track because those options need to pair with the way we want to manage and the way we want people to be able to use those other spaces at St Kilda and Middles Beach as well. So,
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. How long's your community input going for?
Yeah, so our consultation...
Your consultation,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, so our first round of our consultation, which is about community values and education and things like that, closes on August 17th. And our second phase on what can be done, management options, opens September 1st and closes early November. So during that time, anyone can input into the consultation and put their ideas forward? They certainly can.
And does that mean also people who might be professionals or whatever, or experts can put in their ideas as well?
Yeah, we're certainly advocating that, and we work with many local researchers and experts as well. So yeah.
So it means anybody can put input in. So
Yep.
it's just about encouraging the whole community during this phase to put their ideas forward, and groins could be part of that and will be part of that process.
Certainly, yeah.
The other thing that I want to talk about, you have done some experimental things on the beach already at St Kilda. And so one of the approaches that your department is willing to do, is that right, that you may actually do experimental kind of projects to see the effects of what any intervention might be? Would that be possible?
Yeah, so the work you're talking about there is the notching work we do at St Kilda sand dune. That's essentially to maximise the hazard management value of the sand dune. We're always looking at ways that we can work with nature to achieve strong outcomes for our coast. So wherever possible, I think placing the environment at the heart of what we do is important. Yeah.
So there's potential in the future, once all these options are out, to actually have experiments with some of the options?
Yeah, I think, yeah, if that's where the community's eager to move, then there's possibilities for that, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary. Councillor Barker.
I was just looking up the Tironi Beach, which has 3 rock groins being installed, or the resource consent gone out to discuss that. How similar is the process for the St Clair coastal plan compared to the Tironi plan, which I see there's sort of 10 years in the making?
Yeah, I guess I would say it's quite different. Our engagement process is about providing people from all different walks of life, different demographics and things with opportunities to input, and provide people with different mediums to do that in terms of online, out at the beach, workshops, drop-ins, provide educational platforms as well. So I won't pretend like I know exactly what they've done there, but I can say that we're proud of what we're doing in terms of our community engagement. Yeah.
Councillor Reddick.
Thank you. So firstly, I'd like to congratulate you on the work that you actually have been doing with this consultation with the community. And I particularly like the very open way that you're conducting this first tranche of interaction, giving people a completely blank sheet to talk to and come up with actually ideas of what they want for the beach and how they see it. And I do note on the wall, the pin wall that you're producing, there is all manner of ideas coming through there. And I think that's a very good way to start any community consultation. And then you're going to have a subsequent section starting in the beginning of
Is there a
September.
question coming, Councillor?
Yes. And whereby the groins might form a part of one of the options. Anyway, speaking to that, in your report, I would like on page 20, or item number 22, the estimated construction cost includes nice new H6 timber piles. How much? What is the component? What's the value of those timber piles?
It ultimately depends on the width we go for. You've probably seen some of the ones that are in front of the geo bags, pinning some of those lower bags in place. They're probably larger than what we need actually, and that's a bit of a trial and error there. So the reason we've costed it for H6 is because that's what we would need to do in terms of consent conditions and things. But you know, I can tell you now the ones that are out there, the piles, they were certainly not H6 back. Yeah, of course not.
What is the, of the 150,000? What is the pile component?
I'm not sure exactly, but we're happy to get in touch and I can
So
share that detail.
you don't have a guesstimate?
I don't know exactly what each pile is because it's ultimately really dependent on diameter.
Would you say it's the majority of the cost?
No, it's not the majority of the cost.
Okay. So what difference would it make if you were to use old telephone or power poles, Aurora power poles for Australian hardwood for the groin?
You're just trading off against longevity then,
Yes.
I think is what I'd suggest. Yeah.
Absolutely. But the cost, my expectation is that the cost would be much less.
Probably would be, and then you would have implications in terms of, I guess, longevity and perhaps consenting might be some more hurdles to get over. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You've got a figure here for maintenance. What does that comprise? You've got monitoring, 7,500 per year, but annual maintenance, 30 to 60,000 per year. What would be involved in that?
Yeah. So we know that those piles can last a fair while out there in that stormy coastline, but we also know that the timber boards might fare a bit more bit more impact. And a lot of photos that we've shared show the groin in disrepair without those horizontal boards. So ultimately, it's replacement of those boards following storms. So we've just used a rough order cost of about 25 to 30% of the construction costs, essentially to be involved in replacement of those boards following storms.
Now, similarly, repair of an existing coastal structure. You haven't quoted 8.5.2.3, which is the part of the coastal plan from Regional Council that allows repair of a coastal plan. Are you aware of any recent precedents for the use of that rule?
No, not in particular.
Right,
No.
because I refer you to January 2020, this year, when it was used to repair the Wellers Rock jetty, and piles were replaced on the Wellers Rock jetty. So, but naturally you still have to get permits to go onto the beach and so forth. Now, referring back to your diagram here on page 51, which is item 8, as stated by a few speakers, there is no photograph of that groin, because you've drawn that line exactly where the 1955 groin is, which was actually put in originally in 21 and then rebuilt in 55, or replanked in 36 and then rebuilt in 55. And there is not a single photograph of accretion on one side of that groin versus erosion on the other. And my research suggests that that's because we've got longshore drift on both directions. In both
Councillor,
directions.
you've indicated that you're going to propose a motion at some point, at which point you will have the opportunity to speak to it. We're currently asking questions of staff of the report,
yes.
As useful as your history may prove to be in the debate subsequently.
Yes, well, I will propose the motion in just a second. I was just wondering if he's fully aware of the research that shows movement on both sides.
I'm fully aware of the research. On what that shows, I think there's varying opinions. Yeah.
And just another question about the end wall effect, because of course we had the end wall effect in 2013-14, which went a long way and ate a long way into the groins, into the sand dunes, just beyond the end of where the geotextile bags were. So that's now been protected. That area has been protected with a new bag, an extension of essentially the seawall. And so at the end of that seawall, would you say, is that the most likely place now for the end wall effect to appear if we were to have a big winter storm?
Yeah, it's good that you've framed it like that, because the geobags effectively are an extension of the seawall, just another hard vertical structure. So, yes, you could see an end wall effect located off the eastern end of the geobags, like you have with the seawall, but the key difference there is that more land has been reclaimed in that western corner where the seawall is. So we require a substantially larger storm to see end wall effects on the eastern end of the geobags than we do at the western end, which is why they were built. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. But one of the things I noticed, I noticed it looking at your nice aerial photo of the beach the other day, is that the thinnest part of the sand dune system right along that beach is actually right there, right behind those tennis courts. And at
Not
the
particularly
end,
fond of repeating myself, Councillor, but this isn't really a forum for you to discuss with staff the various ideas. This is an opportunity to ask staff questions of the report that has been presented, and then we will debate a motion, at which point all of the wider context will be relevant and you can speak to it.
Well, I'm just wondering about the thickness of the seawall. If the end wall effect was to happen there, is there a possibility of the sea breaking through to Victoria Road there? That's my question.
There's always a possibility with the coast, but we do what we can to make sure that that doesn't happen, and the coastal plan is about building resilience on that coastline, so that's at the focus, yeah.
So, and a final question before I suggest a motion is that, has there anything that has been done now, we've had these two major storms, 07, 13, 14, has there anything, has Council done anything at that St Clair end of the beach and I acknowledge that you've done really good work at the other end of the beach, say at the John Wilson Drive end, with building up a 4 dune to protect that drive. Is there anything that's been done at the St Clair end of the beach to increase sand on the beach?
No, but that will be part of our process. Yeah.
Absolutely, thank you. So at this point I would like to propose a motion, and perhaps we can pop that up. And part A is exactly the same as what's written on the report. And part B is simply to include a proposal and supporting information for reinstating the St Clair groin on a 5-year trial basis in amongst the options during the coastal plan consultations.
Thank you, that's helpful for the purposes of, you're going to second it, eh? I've still got questions, so we'll get back to that. Councillor O'Malley?
My question does relate specifically to the item, and that is it that this report is coming in based on a resolution that came in the past, but it's arriving right in the middle of the coastal plan consultation period, which is why your recommendation is to basically note it and then continue with the consultation?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Elder.
Just a query about the plan and the state of the beach at the moment. In your view, what should be the timeline for interventions? Because presently it's middle of winter and the sand is being taken away, and people get worried about that, you know, worried about Kettle Park, etc. So what's the timeline of when interventions will be put in place?
Yeah, I think the important thing there is that not all interventions move us forwards in a meaningful way, and I think we can look at, you know, some of you have alluded to the St Clair seawall and the potential negative implications that it might have had for the beach. So all I can sort of say is that we're keen to progress the thinking that the community's doing and the technical work that we're doing and feed that into the 21-31 long-term plan, and ultimately it will be coming to council for another look once it's at that sort of options phase. So yeah, some of the short-term actions I would hope and I would recommend that we start to push for as early as next year in terms of dune plantings and softer management works like that.
Thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
Question?
Time to shine.
Speak to the motion. Well, some of you may have read the report I provided to all councillors about the beach and the history of the groin. And several people have spoken about the fact that none of the groins that have been installed on the beach over 100 years, between 1900 and the year 2000, none of them showed any differential accretion on either side. And they were attributed with the building up of the beach, the sand levels, raising those sand levels by 2 to 3 metres on several occasions. So on 4 different occasions, they were installed: 1902, 1921, 1936 with the replanking, and 1955. And on every occasion, it was the groins that were credited with raising the sand level. And so in my report, I endeavoured to show that why it is that these loosely planked groins work so well on St Clair, which is actually exceptional as far as most of the world is concerned, because most beaches in the world get sand on one side and erosion on the other when groins are installed, because they have longshore drift just in a single direction. But we have a beach that is quite exceptional, and many of the researchers have pointed that out, because we have longshore drift in both directions, so sand accumulates on both sides. And similarly, we also have a very large supply of sand coming past the beach, which is compressed as it comes past the beach. There's a large sand wedge, largely from the Clutha River, but other rivers as well, and it comes past the beach with a vast quantity of sand. And that has been accumulated in a great quantity at St Kilda, but it's also easy to accumulate at St Clair, and it's been proven many times with a groin. And I think one of the problems that's got in the road of this whole thing, of the St Kilda, of St Clair Beach situation, is the fact that textbooks always point to erosion on the downstream, downdrift side of a groin, whereas in fact the St Clair groins, with being loosely planked, have worked particularly well to raise the beach level evenly. And so I think it's very important that we take this opportunity to reinstate that groin, because in particular when we have the north-easterly winds, that's when sand accumulates on the west end of the beach, the St Clair end of the beach. So what I would like to see is that groin installed this summer so that we have a chance to build up that beach, and it acts like a fence and holds that sand in the western end of the beach in front of the wall. Because currently the council is facing a very substantial potential liability, not only from the winter storms digging into the landfill at Kettle Park, but in particular from the end wall effect of a very large storm, which is quite possible. The last few years we've only had snow days. I don't remember a snow day last year, but of recent years there's only been snow days. But in 2013 and 14 we had snow week. We had a snow week. And if I recall, 2007 we had a snow fortnight. So that is a very large winter storm system. And in both cases, very extensive damage was done. 2007-8, there was a heck of a lot of sand lost and major holes caused in the esplanade. And 2014, there was that huge amount of gouging out of the sand dune immediately behind where the new geotextile bag is gone. That will now move, the end wall effect will now move to the tennis courts on Victoria Road. And if the water was to break through there are 9,000 homes in South Dunedin that are within half a metre of mean sea level. And that exposes the council to a $3 billion liability, knowing that if we were to not install that groin and the sea was to break through, when we have a simple proven device here that could well save the beach. So I'm very enthusiastic to see us protected from that liability. Similarly, I'm very enthusiastic to see us protected from further erosion on the landfills that comprise Kettle Park and Tahuna Park. And not that my expectation is the groin will make too much difference along that end, along the middle of the beach. However, the historical photographs show the beach widening right all the way to that middle beach, so that would remain to be seen. So I think for $100,000, $100,000 to $150,000, I think it's a very worthwhile investment, especially in the light of the $4 million that has been spent over the last 15 years on repairs and regular annual maintenance.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wishing to move two amendments, one to each of those paragraphs on the screen.
What are they?
They are, if you leave it up, the first one would delete the words after process, because clearly implementing the resulting investment decisions informed by the work would be something for our normal annual plan processes. And so, in fact, it was a nonsense in the wording in the original report anyway. And while I have no issue at all with continuing this discussion as part of the coastal plan engagement process, it's nonsensical and probably ultra vires to suggest that whatever that coughs up should be implemented, because that would have to be part of our normal budgetary process. The amendment to the second part deletes the words "and supporting information." I've got no problem with people looking at a proposal for a trial of this kind as part of that process, but given that the report we have on the matter, which comes from the notice of motion from staff, says that there's as much downside as upside and doesn't recommend the construction of a groin, and says you get just as much loss as you might have gain, I think it might be difficult for staff, given the report on the table now, to come up with supporting information for a proposal to build a groin, given that the current report doesn't provide that. So to make it quite clear, the first amendment is that the first part stops after the word process, and the second part deletes the words and supporting information.
Thank you. We'll do them in alphabetical order. So for your amendment to Part A, do you have a seconder for the amendment? Seconded, Councillor Staines. Would you like to speak further to the amendment?
We're going to do them one at a time?
Yeah.
Yeah, as I say, this issue is not new. We're having various levels of history lesson, some of it apocryphal, some of it hearsay. I'm not saying there isn't an issue with the beach, we know that, but our expert staff are telling us that this issue was more complicated than some would have us believe. And I think it's appropriate, given we have a community consultation process about all things Ocean Beach happening at the moment, that this issue or the wider issues be included as part of that engagement process, especially seeing the surfing community, we are assured, is engaged. Shall I move on to the second part?
I'll take speakers on the first part and we'll deal with them one at a time. Speakers to the amendment for Clause A. Councillor O'Malley.
I think removing it implies that that we will. Can we have the? I can't. I'm looking for the implementing the resulting investment decisions informed by this work. Would that not involve then a considered decision based on what we've been informed by this work? So it doesn't predicate an outcome, I guess is my feeling. We're implementing the decision investments informed by this work. Now, we may decide to implement nothing, but it will be informed by this work. Well, you said you might be ultra various, I believe. So anyway, sorry, we're not having a debate, I'm speaking. Councillor Benz Pope seemed to think he was in a debate with me. Anyway.
Time's ticking, Councillor.
Yes. What I'm saying is I don't think that leaving those words in predicates that we would spend anything. It just says it will be informed by this work. So the idea of removing them because it somehow represents a predetermined decision to make an investment, I don't think is necessarily that. I don't think it's that strict. In fact, if I wouldn't mind if staff wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, some clarification from staff as to the intent of the recommendation might be helpful.
Through your worship.
Continue, Michael.
Being in the top seat, there we go. Just to clarify, staff's intention had been, and sorry if it wasn't clear in the original recommendation in the paper, that this would come to the annual plan for budget decisions. So that had always been the intention. I'm apologising that it might have been clumsy, but that was the intention of that original resolution.
Further speakers? Councillor Raddick.
I don't see any need to change the original motion, because what's the point of an engagement process if you're not going to implement the resulting decisions informed by that work? So I think it's good for those participants in the engagement process to at least see that there is an intention to be informed by their engagement.
I can support the amendment because I think it's helpful. While it certainly follows that following a discussion around what we might do, there would then subsequently be a discussion about how it might be funded or what the appetite is for funding it. Funding various options. I think it is tidier to separate those, and I think the amendment does that. I mean, this will report back to us, and it says in the paper that it will report back through the 10-year planning process. But I think, I just think it's a cleaner way of going about doing it rather than conflating the engagement process and any inevitable funding decisions that might fall out of that. So I'm happy to support the amendment. Councillor Elder, you're itching.
Well, could we put a further amendment?
You can propose an amendment at any point, but at this stage we're debating this one.
Okay, I might foreshadow another amendment then.
That's fine, we can get to that if that's we end up. Councillor Benson-Pope, do you wish to speak to it in right of reply?
Thank you. Well, clearly the original recommendation at the top of the paper on after 3 in the executive summary is deficient because it doesn't reflect what the acting chief executive said was the intent. I'm not second guessing what will come out of this discussion proposal, but I think it is entirely inappropriate to suggest, as the original motion did, that it be part of the process and the council approves implementing the resulting investment decisions informed by the work. That's not how we operate. I don't know what those decisions are going to be, so I'm certainly not going to approve implementing them because they come out of this process, which we have lots of processes that ensure that these things are properly debated, and that's enough. We could go around in circles for some time and mention the annual plan and all the rest of it, but everyone knows it's in the minutes that that is what was intended, and I think that's unequivocal and clear.
Thank you. I put the motion. All those in favour of the amendment? Aye. Aye. Those against? No. I'm going to do it by show of hands, please. Those in favour? Is carried. B.
Thank you. Similarly, because, as I said earlier, because the report on the table now, which was generated...
Sorry, do you have a seconder for this amendment? Seconder, Councillor Loftwhistle, thank you.
Was generated by the notice of motion eons ago, isn't conclusive and certainly doesn't provide supporting information for a groin. I don't think it's reasonable to ask staff to provide supporting information for that proposal. However, I have got no objection to including for discussion in this process a proposal for reinstating the groin with the appropriate costings and the rest of it, and savings made by using derelict power poles from Councillor Van der Vis's farm on a trial basis in those consultation options, and I think that's more useful than assuming there will be supporting information, given that in the report on the table today we haven't got any, and the staff didn't, I'm assuming, are unable to provide us any.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Walker?
Just a point of clarification, Your Worship. Are we debating only the amendment or the substance of...
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Raddick.
Yeah, well, it is quite significant that there is no supporting information in this report, and the big problem is that with item number 8 in that report, it is simply incorrect. There is not any evidence whatsoever that that is the effect of a groin on St Clair Beach. So we've got a significant problem here. That is an incorrect diagram. Therefore, that if that's the council position, that probably speaks to why the groins haven't been repaired and why we've got so much coastal damage. And so it speaks to why there is a fiasco of erosion going on the beach. It's a fairly significant problem. And the lack of information on the history and the actual reality of what has gone down on that beach for 100 years is not included. And instead, we've taken a textbook view which is not applicable to our beach. So that's why supporting information should be included.
Further speakers? Councillor Van der Vis.
I was similarly disappointed that we didn't have, For instance, the benefit of photographs in this report. We have had them courtesy of Councillor Raddick, and I'm very grateful that he has gone to such an extraordinary lengths to actually give us a great deal of information that isn't in this report. In fact, just looking back to the recent Octagon experience reports, my view is that Councillor Raddick's research on this must be worth about $30,000. It's comprehensive. It goes through, he has photographs of every stage of the development of that beach over 100 years. And I agree that some supporting information, even if it is only photographic evidence, doesn't have to have a bias of any particular kind. I think it's important that people should know what the beach used to be like 100 years ago and what it was like following the construction of the groins at various times, the last one I think in 1955. So I'm entirely happy that some supporting information be included, and that it will simply be additional to the information that we already have here, which I believe doesn't get anywhere near the volume, range and history of information that Councillor Raddick has provided. So my reason for supporting the original motion here is that Councillor Raddick's information, I think, should also be made publicly available.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. I note in our option 1 status quo, included as the construction of a groin will be considered through this process. This could include a groin as a trial structure. So Amendment B actually alludes to that. There is the opportunity for the groin structure to be considered as part of a number of options available to deal with the erosion of Ocean Beach, and so I can support this option. I believe we will be...
Councillor, just so you're clear, we're debating the amendment, not...
Yes, well that's why I support this Amendment B, because in fact it gives effect...
No, sorry, this is a proposed amendment to what Councillor Raddick has put up. Councillor Benson-Pope has moved an amendment to what Councillor Raddick has proposed, and that is what we are debating.
Yes, but I'm supporting the Amendment B because, in fact, the intent of Amendment B is within the original motion, which that's what I'm saying. So, in fact, to me, what it's saying is that this can be considered among many other options that are going to be put forward for the dealing with the erosion on St Clair and St Kilda beaches. So I can support this.
Councillor O'Malley?
I'm not worried about the Amendment 2, Part B. I actually read it slightly differently, but I don't really care that it's going, and that is I thought this was supporting information to help you make a decision, and supporting information is not information that takes one side, it's information that supports your decision. But taking it out doesn't really matter, because this is a very contentious issue, and I'm pretty sure that it's not having that removed is not going to silence any parties. But I do think that supporting was actually meant to be different in my interpretation of it.
Councillor Wiley? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Councillor Wiley, and then Councillor Hall.
I won't be supporting this motion. I actually like the original motion much better. I realise that, yeah. And the reason for that being is I do believe the supporting information adds a lot more going forward. And I think the key is any time we're going to the community and getting their feedback and looking at options, providing as much information on the table is important. And so with this amendment, as it reads right now, I believe we're leaving information off the table. I think anything we can add and show history and context around what we're trying to achieve is important.
Councillor Hall.
Councillor Raddick has come up with a whole lot of photographic information. Back in 2007 to 2011, the council gathered a lot of photographic information from private people. Has the council still got records of that?
Oh, we're in debate for the amendment, councillor. So you can speak to the amendment. It's not a time. It's not an opportunity to ask staff questions.
But we're going to consultation stuff. But I just asking, you know, for the coastal plan stuff, has the council still got those photographic? That would be very supportive. Councillor Raddick and probably a lot more photographs that Councillor Raddick has not been able to get hold of.
Councillor Wiley. Oh no, sorry, I was in reverse order. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I won't be supporting the changes that Councillor Benson Pope made to this amendment. I'm happy with the original one. And I think it's a shame that we can't include some of the information that Councillor Raddick has put together. He's studied and researched this topic for many years. So thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Lord, Councillor Bark, Councillor Stones.
Was my name not on your list? No, look, I can support the amendment, and I think the intention of what Councillor Benson Pope, the reason why I put it is that if there is no supporting evidence for a groin, that takes it off the table completely, and we can't ask staff who have a view and who research something and have studied in an area to then put in a view to make it support something that they maybe don't believe. So I actually can support this, and I don't think it precludes the idea of a groin in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
I can support this motion. I think we're almost talking semantics about some of the wording. I would assume that any proposal that went out would have documents supporting any case that was made. So I'm happy to support this amendment.
Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support the amendment. I think it would be naive to imagine that the experts who are working on what potential solutions may be have decided to totally ignore photographic evidence. And in fact, the fact that we have a consultation going on where public can provide information and suggestions means that we are, and the team that are working on it, are open-minded. So I will support this resolution.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. It's certainly not my intention to stop people talking about whatever their view is about a solution to a coastal problem, but I think the issue for all of us, and we all need to think about this, is that over there we've got some experts employed by, one in particular, employed by the city who have expertise in this area. They've prepared a report for us which most charitably says the jury's out. Well, the jury might be reconvening in terms of the public consultation process, because there will be as many views as there are people at the table about what will fix the issues. I just don't think it's reasonable to, when staff cannot produce a report that advocates for a groin, to ask them to do so as part of this suggestion. That's not to say that other information that's available, photographic or not, apocryphal or hearsay, won't be part of that conversation anyway. And I think those who've commented that they will support this, let's be quite clear, this is a suggestion that a proposal for reinstating the groin on a trial basis is part of the discussion that's happening with this community group. So I don't think there's any issue, and I'd urge you to support it.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? No. I do it by show of hands. Those in favour? carried. Thank you. So, with Councillor Raddick and Councillor Benson-Pope's speaking, proposed amendments, further speakers to the substantive motion as has been amended by Council. Councillor O'Malley.
Saving my speech for this part. Looking to part A, I think if in my questions I pointed out or asked the question that the timing of this report has come in the middle of the consultation process for the coastal plan, and so I support the idea that we're going to wait for the coastal plan consultation process to finish before we went forward with any activity. People in this will be having to consider a number of things, but we have to make sure that we have not predicated the outcome. So I think it's important that we do that and we let the community determine the outcome. They'll have to consider things like the floods in the late 1800s where the sea broke through a much lower sand dune system. They have to consider Kettle Park. They have to consider the future of Victoria Road and all properties on the seaward side of Victoria Road. They'll have to consider what this beach relates to all others on the coast as it comes to the preservation of wildlife. And not to mention the effects of hydroelectricity on the Clutha to what that may in fact be doing to the beach right now. However, I also would like to go, when we're considering Part B, I do worry a little bit that some of the language used in the report may have predicated a conclusion as to the effects of the dune, of groins, and I would hope that maybe we can come back and reconsider that a little bit later. In terms of the term of the word expert, and I don't in many mean this criticism of staff, in fact I won't talk about the report now, but I do believe we've read in the paper at various times of an incorrect diagnosis from a medical expert, and that's gone bad for the patient. So just simply being an expert doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be correct. And I remember quite distinctly NASA ploughing a rover at full speed into the surface of Mars because they were working with the Europeans. One group were working on feet per second and the other guys were working on meters per second. And the thing just hit the ground at about 5 times the speed it should have. So experts can end up with outcomes that are not necessarily correct. And so I always say look at the report, give respect to the person who wrote the report, and respectfully look at what's being said in front of you. But don't ever take a technical report and just say, well, it was written by someone who knew more than me, because I think you might be going down a path that can be a little bit dangerous. The part of Part B that I kind of agree with Councillor Benson-Pope taking out the support component of it was I am supportive of the idea that it was that there is, in the form of Councillor Raddick, a person who is very committed to making sure that this part stays high in the vision of the consultation document. I was a bit concerned about him saying in his speech earlier on that he would like to see, therefore, a groin be put in this summer, because that, again, looks predicative. But the idea that it stays in the consultation process, I think, is important. It comes out of, though, whether the public decides what they want to do with the beach and what they want that beach to look like. It's an engineering solution to a community outcome that first has to be determined. And I think we've got to make sure we keep focusing back on this, that the community has to decide what they want with this beach. And then, if an engineering solution is part of that, then we would consider those engineering solutions as we go forward. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to start by thanking Mr. Simmons-Smith for his mahi and also to acknowledge your professional expertise. It's been my experience from being closely involved in the Taironi project with the community there over a very long period of time, that while it's a different coastal situation, there are some similarities in how this is played out. And what I learnt from that was the loss of a beach is a very emotive thing, and that the passion of a community is a huge force. And what I noticed too was long history of local community. That particular community is a very consistent community over a long period where families have owned batches, and so that local knowledge was very solid and photographic too in nature. And where the solution landed on initially through that great passion, and the community became real sort of experts, amateur experts in this area, it landed on one rock groin, where it's now ended up and landed after extensive scientific analysis, technical analysis and feasibility studies is 3 groins. And so the science was a very important part of that. And I also noticed that the knowledge of those coastal processes evolved over time, because this particular community-led process went over many, many, many years. And it was community-led in terms of very extensive community engagement. So I see some similarities here. I think what I've learnt from it, how important it is to take a holistic view. And the community in that case came around to that holistic view and has as much passion for where it's landed now as they did originally. And I'll be supporting A but not B. I think it's got to be based on science. It's got to include the local knowledge, and I believe that the engagement process we're going through will include that. And it's got to include those wider coastal systems and understandings of what's happening. And so landing on the best solution is extremely important. So I don't want to premeditate what the solution's going to be, and perhaps it will be a groin, I don't know. But with the very extensive community consultation and the appropriate expertise, both coastal erosion-wise and engineering-wise, I have confidence that it will land on the right outcome, but I certainly don't want to assume what that might be at this time. So if we can take them separately when we come to that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. I guess the key thing that when we look at both of these motions is that community engagement is going to be vital. And I can only imagine how much documentation Tom has gone through over the time he's been at council, and it hasn't been that long, but I get the bit there's a big stack of information by his desk from previous reports and history and things like that. I also appreciated all the work that Councillor Raddick went through to present what he did to us councillors. I thought it was a great document in the sense of really showing the history on that basis. The other part being is it did highlight, and Councillor O'Malley's touched on it, the impact of other areas and on our region, hence the Clutha River and the dams, and with no more sedimentation coming down. The change in the building of the sea wall in Sinclair in 2004. And that all has an impact. But the one thing that really dawns on me more than anything as I see this is process is process, and community need to get engaged with that. But when I also look at B, I look at the fact, and actually I'm listening to Councillor Gary, I was actually quite surprised. We saw that actually the groin worked as it was. Every piece of evidence I've looked at, I haven't seen one piece of information, nor talking to the locals that have been living there 50, 60, 70 years, that said the groin didn't do its job. It actually was detrimental to the community. And so when I look at a 5-year trial basis, I look at seeing that returning to what was there. Because once we started losing the groin in again, based on everything I've learned on this over the years, that's when actually a lot of the erosion started to take place in front of the residences at the end of the sea wall. But that's my feeling. Again, I'm based on the information I've been given from many locals on that area. The one thing that strikes me every time is a picture of Sinclair is always iconic based on the groins. And in front of me, I've got the picture of Yvette Williams jumping in the sand dunes from the early 50s. And you look at the groins, they look pretty good right there in that photo. You take how many people get their wedding photos down there and things like that. It's an iconic image You go anywhere in the world, you see those groins, you know exactly where you are. You're at Sinclair. They do provide a purpose. But getting back to the whole motion, it is going to be vital that the community gets involved. And the last piece of information I want to leave everybody with. Sinclair Beach is unlike any other beach in the world. And that is that very few beaches globally run east-west. And then you have the water coming in perpendicular. Most beaches have the surf coming in at an angle. And that's what makes the challenges of Sinclair and St Kilda and Middle Beach so much harder for all the coastal experts and everybody else to look at. We have to basically rely on the experts, but also learn lessons from the past. Thank you.
Yeah, the consultation on Ocean Beach with the community is really admirable, and the work that Tom and the team have done is bringing the community together to go on a journey of what the future might look like, and indeed it needs to be dealt with. I want to congratulate Tom also on the idea of having a bit of an experimental approach when it comes to looking at the options. We don't know all the right answers. Sometimes we're going to have to trial things and see how it works. And in this proposal, the groins are seen as a trial. And the options are then made open, and we can play a wee bit with what might work and what mightn't work. And the options will include a number of solutions, not just one, as I see it. So I believe this is, I can support this in relation to that. I would encourage Tom and the team to consider having experiments, both big and small, in the process of finding what is the best solution for Ocean Beach, because in fact it's a very valuable asset to our community, but also protects South Dunedin. So it's really important that we don't see that there is one right answer, that we actually are open to looking at a number of answers and giving things a go. So, and as you have done already, Tom, proven that the experiments with the notches, which were an experiment, actually has worked. And I want to thank Jules for all the research he's done and contributed to the discussion around the number of options that are available, and would encourage the rest of the community to be involved in this engagement so that they too can put options forward and support options that may be already there. So thank you very much, Tom, and encourage everybody to contribute to the consultation as it's still open and as it stands.
For me, this really goes back to our item earlier around STV and the fact that it throws up a disparate group of people, because I'm toing and throwing in this one. I've changed my mind a number of times while sitting here. Firstly, I just want to say I really applaud the work you guys have done, and I absolutely love the fact that the St Kilda Coastal Plan is ongoing. For me, I guess I'm sitting now with what Councillor Gary said, actually, and I hope we do take those separately, because I'm struggling to support Part B of this. Because for me, this report that we asked for, 12 of us voted to get this via Councillor Redditch. This, to me, details the reasons, or it gives information about the effects and benefits of reinstating the groins. And for me, the modelling shown in here shows me the benefits don't stack up, actually. I mentioned earlier, it's worrying for me in terms of wildlife. This is potentially detrimental to wildlife. So I like the fact that we we use the vehicle of the St Clair to St Kilda Coastal Plan to look at all the interrelated things that are going to be going on, fed by the community, and not having something separate that, to me, creates a bias. I mean, should we also have a motion suggesting that surfers have input, fisher folks, wildlife advocates? I don't know. I think that should just naturally happen. I don't think we should be taking the position as we sort of are doing for me in B. And another, why have we chosen 5 years? It just seems like a really random, arbitrary number to choose. Show me the science. Why does 5 years give you a better example of the effects than 2 or 7 or 12? I don't know. And more importantly for me, by adding B, it sort of preempts in many ways the potential outcomes of the St Clair to St Kilda process, which seems like, to me, it looks like it's robust. I picked up that there's already a lot of interest, so it's going to be a robust process. And many people have said it may, absolutely, Councillor Radich, that process may throw up the groins as the silver bullet that solves the problems. But I certainly can't support Part B, absolutely can support Part A. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, growing up, I mean, I've spent a lot of time, like probably most of you, at the beach, and I used to own a home in Albert Street. I've got a really, I'm very keen to see us move forward and improve the situation at the beach. I fully support the St Clair St Kilda Coastal Plan engagement process. I think it's great. And I also fully support what Councillor Elder was saying before too. I really love the idea of innovation and trying new things. I think that's really good, Tom. That's great. I've got no issue with that. I think we should try, we've got a serious problem here in the jewel of our crown that we need to think of everything. We really do. And so I think it's brilliant that we're doing this engagement, and I want to see some innovative things, which sounds like you're doing, and I think that's awesome. I just think that it would be great to see an opportunity to have trial a groin as well as that, because why not? Like if it doesn't cost a lot of money and it might make a big difference, let's see if we can do it, because what if we don't do it and we miss an opportunity to save our beach? And St Clair is worth saving.
Sorry, apologies. Speaking to this, firstly, I welcome the enthusiasm from councillors for trials and testing thinking and new ways and new ideas of how we go about our work, and I look forward to that feeding into our next conversations around urban design and transport planning. And I certainly agree with Councillor Elder's comments around their, not seeing one right answer. There's been comment made around not so much the deficiency of the report, but a lack of breadth in the report, and as Councillor Walker has pointed out, it was a response, very specific response to a decision of Council to ask for something that did this. It is, as has been pointed out by many people, only part of a far wider and far more complicated situation, and I'm not a coastal geomorphologist, nor will I pretend to be one for the purposes of this meeting. Councillor Radich, in speaking to the motion, talked about how imperative it was that these be installed by summer. I'm not entirely sure if that's possible or not. It's certainly not what either of these clauses in this motion, amended or not, is asking for. And so that makes me nervous. But ultimately, like Councillor Gary and Councillor Walker, I can support A, but I can't support B. And in some senses, I think they're contradictory. Because by continuing with the St Clair St Kilda Coastal Plan engagement process, you wouldn't single out a particular proposal that offers a solution to a problem in one part of that entire coastal system. The current process that we're asking to approve the continuation of in A is an open-ended discussion around a range of desired community outcomes, and as Councillor O'Malley has pointed out, the groin proposal was a how more than it is a what, and I think I'd be nervous about any significant community engagement process the risk of it being led by the nose by one particular engineering outcome rather than what we have set out to do with our community, which is talk about what people want to see in that area and what the values people have for that area, and then progress to a discussion about how we can achieve those or not, and what the funding implications or planning implications of those various solutions might look like. So certainly can support A, but I think the excellent work that has gone on to date in the St Clair-St Kilda Coastal Plan engagement process, there's a risk of undermining that work by us at this meeting singling out a particular idea for foregrounding in the next stage of that conversation. Councillor Raddick, your right of reply.
Well, certainly I can support A. Continue with the coastal plan. I believe it's a good engagement process, and I thank the team for getting on with that. There's a significant reason why B needs to be included, and that is because what we see in our report is item 8 is clearly erroneous, and there's absolutely no factual evidence to support that on our beach. And that's quite a significant problem when staff are putting that in the report, and yet every single photo for 100 years shows something different. Now that's a very significant thing, and the fact that that is the case means that it is very necessary to have Part B included so that a proposal is at least there on the board, so to keep that door open, because this, and as reported in the Otago Daily Times last week, is the suggestion that no, we have precluded. So this is completely contrary to what many speakers have suggested. The suggestion of this is that a groin is being precluded from being considered, and you know that is just the opposite of the intent of an open engagement process. And many people are aware, especially those that were on the planet in the 70s, 80s and 90s. They knew how wide and even that beach was. They have seen with their own eyes what a different beach it was there, and they have seen how much bigger the sand dune system was behind that beach. And the reports of the engineers that are included in that report that I sent to all councillors showed that they knew, or their conclusion was that was caused, the sand dunes were built up and the beach width was created by having the groins on St Clair Beach. And so I've shown through a range of predecessor experts that the effect of the groin on the beach is very beneficial and completely contrary to the information we have in this report. So, the two don't reconcile, hence it's very important to have B included in this motion so that at least a proposal is included amongst the range of options that's there. And, there are many other options. I certainly don't consider that the groin is the be-all and end-all, but it's a very simple and easy trial to run, and everyone can see in living colour right in front of them what the effect of those poles reinstatement would be. There are more modern devices and different range of options that may well put more sand on the beach and enable the protection of the hinterland behind, which is very important. But bear in mind that the previous discussions that were coming out of this council were about retreat and moving backwards and backwards. And that's a very difficult conversation to have, because that involves vast amounts of money. And what we've had over the last 15 years, while nothing has been done to put sand on St Clair Beach, is a fiasco of failure, because the dunes have continued to recede, eaten away by winter storms on an annual basis. Every year, more sand dune is lost, and this year alone, we have already a couple of metres gone, and the building, I think it was called a cultural centre behind the tennis courts, was demolished and taken away. possibly in anticipation of the end wall effect and the sea encroaching further into the sand dunes with our equinoxial storms, typically in August and September. And I hope that doesn't come to pass. But the only thing that has historically proven to increase sand on the beach at St Clair has been the groins. But I welcome an open-ended discussion, an open discussion in the engagement process to see what other things may be thrown up. But it's important that that St Clair groin is included amongst the proposals, not in the least because it can be done very quickly because it does not require a resource consent for its repair.
Take them separately. I'll put clause A. I'll take the second one by division. That seems like it's the feeling I get anyway. I'll take A, that council approves continuing with the St Clair St Kilda coastal plan engagement process. Apologies. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. And I'll take B by division. Thank you.
No. Councillor Benson Pope. No. Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso. No. Councillor Lord. No. Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Yes.
Councillor Staines.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship.
No.
Motion lost 8-6.
Thank you. Right on 1 o'clock, well timed. I'll move now that we adjourn for lunch until 2. Seconded Councillor Walker, hungrily. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Still at the meeting. I'll still at the meeting. We are on to item 11 of the Mana Whakahonua Rohe agreement with Mana Whenua. If people could take their seats.
Thanks for keeping the seat warm.
In your own time, gentlemen. Ms. Wesley, welcome. Any comments you wish to make? Just push. Yeah, just talk into it.
You had it on. Oh, awesome, cool. E mokori anō kia rere aku mai o hā ki a koutou, ka manu matarai ki te kaunihira o Te Poti. So kia ora. So opening comments on the paper that I've presented in front of you. You'd have noticed while reading through it that a date for a deadline hadn't been included as the Māori Participation Working Party had yet to discuss the take in front of you. Last week they met, discussed and have agreed to a deadline of June 30, 2021 to conclude the mana whakahono process. They've also recommended alongside that process to run a review of the relationship structures between mana whenua and council, which will help to inform the mana whakahono as well. So, yeah. In front of you, recommend that the council agrees to extend the conclusion date for the mana whakahono arohe iwi participation agreement to June 30, 2021.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Second one. Okay, Councillor Vandervis.
You've given us one of the reasons for needing the extension, the COVID downtime. How much time do you think that actually put things back for you? Was it 3 months or was it more?
That just compounded other issues that contributed to the lack of progression on it. One of which was there was a little bit of ambiguity over who was driving the process. The death of Tahu Portiki last year and the lack of leadership at Ōkaha who were going to work on the mana whakahono on behalf of mana whenua meant that council didn't have an active partner at the time to keep working upon it. So the COVID just compounded that issue that was already in place.
And is there a cost in terms of extending this timeline? Is there a cost for council staff time, for instance, or anything? Because it's quite a significant extension you're talking about.
Not direct costs as such. Resources already available through staff time and support, and if there are any extra costs, then that would be addressed through annual planning and the long ongoing implications of the mana whakahono through the 10-year plan.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to move the new recommendation that we agree to extend the conclusion to June 30th, 2021.
That's fine, thank you. Other questions? It's been moved. Councillor Vandervis, seconded Councillor Houlihan. Would you like to speak to it, sir?
Just briefly, I was concerned at the recommendation being that we extend it to an unknown date. That really was my major issue. I understand that we don't have any RMA problems now that we have a final date set. We meet the required legislative requirements. If that's not the case, I'd like to hear about it now. So given that there's no legislative issue, there's no additional cost, and we have a final date, I'm quite happy to go with that. Thank you.
Councillor Lord.
30th of June. Yeah.
Further speakers? Councillor Gary.
Yes, I just wanted to acknowledge, recalling the first meeting we had about the mana whakahono, which was in the last triennium, and just to acknowledge those difficulties that have occurred that have slowed down the process, but how important it is that we complete this and do so in a careful and considered way.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'd like to say, obviously I seconded this, so I support it. But I'd also like to say that I'd love to see more inclusion of all the councillors in the Māori Participation Party. And I have been saying that quite a bit, as the Mayor knows. So hopefully that will happen. But I think it's wonderful to have an MOU with Trent and with the iwi and Runaka.
I certainly support this. I think we're all, we share in the frustration that it hasn't advanced as quickly as it might have, but circumstances obviously haven't allowed for that. And I welcome not just the review of the mana whakahono rohi, but as Councillor Houlihan has alluded to, the wider review that is being undertaken around how we structure our engagement with mana whenua and with Mata Waka Māori as well. Which will happen in parallel to this, and hopefully combined, it will be able to give effect to the aspiration that was certainly present in the room at the hui where this was initiated towards the end of the last triennium. The only other thing I want to say at this point is that given that this is the last time, Rachel, that you will be appearing before us in your current role as Kai Whakamahirihiri, thank you. Acknowledge the work that you have done and the effort that you have put into getting us to the point where 30th of June 2021 is a realistic end date, both for the structural review and for the RMA work. And obviously it won't be the end of our relationship, the relationship you have between with this work and your new role as Chief Executive at Ōkaha. So on behalf of Council, all the best for your new work, and we'll see you on the other side of the table. Thank you. Councillor Vandevers, your right of reply.
No need, thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Item 12, submission on the Department of Conservation and Fisheries New Zealand's proposed Southeast Marine Protected Areas. Mr. Drew. Thank you. Questions? Councillor Lofiso.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Drew. It's probably quibbling, but I'm referring to paragraph 5 of the submission, the draft submission, and I just want to make I don't know if it's a question or what, but anyway, the Marine Reserves Act, as far as I can understand, mentions the Treaty of Waitangi. So while I'm really appreciative of the use of te reo Māori in terms of te Treaty of Waitangi, they don't actually say the same things. And when the principles are talked about, they're actually referring to the English language version. So I just want to, it's up to you.
Okay. Yep, acknowledge your point.
And it's spelt wrong either way, but it's probably worth amending that. Councillor Elder. Oh, sorry, Councillor Walker. Councillor Elder.
Most of the issues are around outfalls of one sort or another. And I'm just wondering, as part of the Three Waters Upgrades program, are these in that program, and where are they at?
So they're around existing outfalls, so it is possible that when we divert Kaikoura Valley into Green Island as part of that work program, that there may need to be a capacity increase, but I'm not across that detail yet. But it's more a reflection of the existing outfall structures and the potential to have new stormwater outfall structures in future to facilitate growth.
Thank you.
Councillor Raddick.
Items 18 concerns me because the infrequent discharges from Lawyer's Head straight into the Marine Reserve.
We're a little closer into your microphone.
Sorry, the infrequent emergency discharges straight into the Marine Reserve are, well, a bit tricky, really. How do we stand there?
Yeah, so it concerns staff as well, Councillor, and so as part of that Three Waters, Councillor Aldo, as part of that Three Waters reform work program, there is a significant component that looks at this and tries to accelerate or create a program and some framework with ORC about how we address that going forward, so that we have a plan or a roadmap to make sure this doesn't happen.
The discharges don't happen.
Yes.
Righto.
But so the Three Waters reform work program looks at creating a plan and then a framework for what happens when we do have these infrequent discharges and how we manage that with the ORC.
Councillors, if there was a need for an infrequent discharge in a heavy flooding event, then we would discharge and work out a mechanism with the ORC afterwards.
Councillor Ulam.
Thank you, Your Worship. So would it be stormwater and wastewater that gets discharged out to sea?
Treated wastewater.
Right. So I know we treat it, but is there any way we can investigate better ways so we don't have to discharge? You know, because I as well, I hate the idea of, I think everyone probably does really, the idea of that going into the sea. I mean, I have family that surf and they've talked stories of how they come out with, you know, rashes on their body and that. I mean, it's not ideal, is it? You know, and I just think, can we look, we probably are already, but is there anything more we can do?
So the level of treatment in Dunedin is good, and I'm one of those surfers, and I became a wastewater engineer because of that, and that was my mission in life, to clean up our waterways, and I'm comfortable with the treatment of effluent that is discharged from Dunedin treatment plants.
Right. But could we do it better? Could we improve it?
Oh, there's always room for improvement,
That's right,
and Green Island will be the next logical investment where we could create some better environmental outcomes.
Thank you.
Just a reminder that this is a submission to government and it outlines the status quo. Regardless of how we might want to change that, this is a description of what current practice is and whether these proposals may or may not impact upon that. Councillor Walker.
Excuse me, my worship, recovered from my memory fade. Must be that time of day. A couple of questions, and it also relates to number 18 of the discussion, and it's the latter part of it when it discusses that Wellington City has an MOU with DOC. So two-part question, do you know much about that, and was it an easy process to achieve, and do you know of any other MOUs existing similarly throughout the country with DOC?
No, we don't know of any other MOUs, well, not that we're aware of anyway. And I do believe that was quite a challenging thing to resolve.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. And my second question relates, it's just a curiosity question actually, to number 15 on the submission, where it talks about the Tuhuna outfall providing some positive effects. And the DICE survey found that it was being completely colonised with wonderful creatures and species. Can you describe what they are? Do you know much about that? It's quite surprising to see that comment.
I have read that report, but it was a long, long time ago. And so I can't talk to the exact organisms, but a number of different kind of microinvertebrate cultures and similar things. But yeah, there's still quite a decent amount of life and around that outfall. We regularly discharge well below the upper limit for that discharge, so our typical performance is better than our resource consent allows.
Shouldn't worry that you say there's lots of organisms there.
Good organisms.
Feeding off the nutrients we provide them. Councillor Hall.
Throughout most of the year, our outfalls will cope perfectly, do they? Yeah. So basically what you're doing, the separation of your stormwater and your sewer, should improve it without having to, if you can separate both of them totally, we wouldn't have a problem at all. So it's just a matter of how long it's going to take to separate.
Yeah, that's correct. So most of the performance issues that relate to our, most of the performance blips that we have in terms of our discharges through Tahuna and Green Island relate to wet weather events. So high flow washes out the treatment plant and washes out the biological process and therefore negates the effectiveness of that. So we would, the more stormwater separation we achieve and the greater level of inflow and infiltration we get out of our network, the better those plants will perform every day.
Have we looked at some of the areas that we've already upgraded and done the separation during a storm event? Acid reduction, contamination, or?
Yeah, so again, this is a report I haven't read for a long time, but we had, the numbers I recall, and the rough nearest 5%, we were getting about 35% of the rainfall that was falling on portions of Anderson's Bay. We're making it into the sewer network. After our work program to move through there, that figure's down to 10%, which is a significant reduction in flow and volume through the treatment plants.
In other words, time will eliminate that problem.
Can you make it better?
Councillor Reddick.
Just speaking to the quality of the discharge from Tahuna, are you gentlemen aware that there are 2 boats that fish out of Tomahawk, that go fishing out of Tomahawk and regularly anchor off the end of that outfall and catch fish? Amazingly enough.
I wasn't aware.
They do.
Thanks. It's been moved by Councillor Benson Pope. Is there a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Walker. Would you like to speak to it? Further speakers? I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Item 13, Dunedin City Council submission on the Otago Regional Council vision statement. Ms Pinfold. Mr Yates, welcome. Councillors will note this has been submitted and is here presented to us for retrospective approval. Any questions? Moved, Councillor Benson Pope. Is there a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Staines. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Further speakers? Being none, I'll put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That is agreed. Thank you, Huani, for your time. Item 14, the Council Forward Work Programme. And Ms Graham, at this point.
All I would say, councillors, is this is the first iteration of a forward work program. As the report says, is iterative, and we will attempt to add items in discussion with councillors, and the next one will include the resolutions, outstanding actions, and that will become a standing item, both of these reports, on all future council agendas.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Recommendation, where we've got the chair of planning and environment. Wouldn't that be
we're on item 14, Councillor, the Council Forward Work Programme.
Sorry.
That happens to all of us. Councillor Elder.
So Sandy, you were talking about processes for getting these into place and from different departments, and how has that been?
To date, this one was probably the simplest of the programs to pull together, but the work is underway now to build the committee work programs as well, and the action items, the first time we do those, that's the hardest one. And so the council one, I had hoped to have it on this paper, but it just needed a little bit more work. Once we get it right the first time, the subsequent ones will be a lot easier.
I just want to thank the departments for the work that they've done already. It's fantastic.
Questions? Councillor Walker, moved Councillor Walker, seconded Councillor Staines. Would you like to speak to it, sir? Councillor Raddick?
Yes, I'd just like to say well done. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hurland, sorry, I'm giving up.
Yes, I wanted to say the same. I think that's something I've been wanting for a while. I think it's a great summary. Thanks, Sandy. It's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we have talked about doing for a considerable amount of time, and it is great to see it here, and I think it will be add significant value as a standing item alongside things like the interest register, so that people can keep a global view of the high-level work program over the coming 12 months. So thanks for all the work that has gone on to get it here. I'm looking forward to seeing similar things worked through for the various standing committees also, so that we finally have a fuller picture of everything that is ahead of us. And all I can say looking through this is good luck, Councillor Wiley, and your teams with the bylaw review schedule, a not insignificant body of work in the short to medium term. Councillor Walker, your right of reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Item 15, Councillor Hall. Committee structure and delegations manual change. Ms Sullivan. Councillor Benson-Pope is sitting back. Councillor Hall. Questions from Councillor Hall and Councillor Houlihan. Sorry, can you use your microphone, sir?
I did push it, didn't come on. Would this not be a conflict of interest, seeing the Chair of Planning and Environment actually sat on the 2GP hearings, and now he's to have final decision on the outcome of the appeals?
So, councillors, I circulated the opinion of the City Solicitors on that matter to you by email, and that said that there was not a conflict in this case.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I read the report from the lawyers, and it did also say that we need to be very careful with this. Surely, would you say it's best practice what we're doing?
Again, I'll probably best you talk to me, sorry.
Right.
Claire authored it, but I'm happy to speak to this.
Okay.
It has been current council practice for a number of years. That I had the delegation previously was a function of the triennial election and the need for certainty over that time, given we didn't know who were going to be the elected members. Previous to that, it had always been either the chair of the hearings committee or the chair of the Planning and Environment Committee who had held that delegation, so an elected member.
Is it possible it could come under a judiciary review?
Judicial review, it's unlikely, but and I'm reasonably certain, but I would have to check. I think the lawyers aren't here. It's likely that there could be a procedural issue in the Environment Court, but whether it would be a judicial review proceedings, I don't know. But that has never happened, and I checked with legal, and they said it hadn't been raised in any formal proceedings that they'd been aware of.
And so just to clarify, is it possible that if the person we're proposing here is signing off, that they might face consents that they were on the panel, that they turned those consents down, and then they have the chance to actually overturn them again? Is that the possibility?
These aren't. These are to hear appeals on the district plan as opposed to specific consent applications. But what I would say is during the district plan process, a number of submissions to the 2GP were things that had appeared previously or were relevant to previous resource consents, at which point any of the commissioners who had been involved in those original consenting decisions withdrew from those discussions and decisions.
So Councillor Benson Pope, am I correct saying he led that panel, the hearings panels,
The
for
hearings
the
panel
2GP?
No, it had an independent chair.
Oh, right, but he was part of that panel.
Correct.
Yes, and so is it possible just to clarify that if there's an appeal and a person wins an appeal and then comes up, or group or whatever, however it works, I'm new to this, but this is just, I'm trying to get a gist of it, they come up to be signed off, you know, for their appeal, and Councillor Benson Pope, if he's that person, does that, my understanding is from discussions I had with Sandy earlier, is that that person signing off can at that point then say no if it doesn't fit, you know, with things in the 2GP, is that correct?
So the process, should I explain the process? Would that help?
Could we just clarify that, because...
How about I explain the process and that might clarify it?
Okay.
How about we do that? So broadly, if there's an appeal and there's a mediation, and it's remembering this is a court process, so it's court-appointed mediation, so we're bound by the court. Staff and lawyers will meet with the appellants in advance and to nut out any concerns. So that happens independently of the delegation holder. So thankfully I didn't have to go to any of those meetings. Staff then develop options that they feel can be supported in terms of an RMA Section 32 assessment, which is a requirement, and recommends this to the position holder. So that will be whoever you give that delegation to. The position holder then considers and tests with staff and will generally agree to that position because it's supported by the legal advice. So you agree to the position that we then take to the court. So that's where you agree, and I didn't once say no to that position, and it would be highly unlikely on advice that you would. Then there are various things that happens with the parties where there are option papers, a mediation process, further analysis, and further Section 32 cost benefit, all that kind of stuff. And then you get to a point where you either have agreement or not. It's at that point that sometimes you say no because the other party won't agree to what the best advice is. So that's where the delegation comes into play. So you're not just by yourself making up a no.
So you were obviously in this role, and you're currently in it until we get a new person, if it's whoever it is, if it's that person today or not. And when you were there, you did say no at times. That's correct, isn't it?
Further down the process, so not no to the advice of the city solicitors or the city planners, but no when we couldn't get mediate a way to get that position supported in mediation.
So I just want to clarify, it is possible that Councillor Benson Pope could say no to something that he previously voted against, or however it works, you know, what's the word? Anyway, I don't know what the wording is with that, but that he was on a hearings panel and they said no to that thing. So he then further down could say no again. Is that fair to say? But that's what...
Councillor, these aren't individual consent applications, so they're rules and objectives and policies that guide future decision making. So they were proposed, it was notified, people made submissions, there was a reasonably lengthy process that came to making decisions on all of those various rules, objectives and policies, and some people at the end of that process who submitted on that appealed them. Now, before you get to the Environment Court to have that appeal heard, you have to go through mediation. Some things will be resolved and some things won't, and staff will be more or less comfortable with accepting changes through mediation, and some things will just be integral to the integrity of the plan, and will likely proceed to, or possibly would proceed through to Environment Court hearings subsequently.
But those rules...
If I can just, because it might help, the delegation is to the chair of P&E or their delegate in case there are situations where Councillor Benson Pope thinks that he is in a position where it would not be appropriate for him to exercise that delegation. So there'll be a great number of these that would be fine, but there may be some, for whatever reason, because it's days and it's tedious, or because he is that he may not want to go to,
Yes.
or may not think it's appropriate, then he could potentially delegate to someone else, and that may be me if it's just a day or two, but it may be someone else.
So would that not be best practice for the council to do that from day one? You know, because we are open. It seems maybe to people thinking there could be a conflict of interest or determination.
And you've said that often, but the legal advice that we've had suggests otherwise.
Okay.
You don't have to accept the legal opinion, but that is the legal opinion we sought and received.
Okay. I saw that letter that Sandy circulated, and I noted, several other councillors noted as well, that the lawyer still had some concerns and said we did need to be careful. I could be right. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
Look,
that's my understanding of that.
The legal advice will always be, it's about managing risk, and there's always risk in a court process. We recently had something that we had agreed in mediation that the judge refused to sign off. Now that's almost unprecedented. It's a risk. So I think there's always a risk when you're in front of a judge.
Because I'm new to this process. I'm not a hearings commissioner. I chatted to some planners and said, "What do you think if this was, say, for example, the scenario?" Now their reaction was immediately, "Oh, that would be if we were the appellant, we'd feel that was a conflict of interest." So that's why I feel we just best practice might be to not.
Councillor, for clarity, do you mean our own planning staff?
No, just.
Do you mean planners who potentially were submitters on the 2GP?
Well, no, I don't know whether they had. I didn't ask whether they had submissions or not. But their feeling was that if they were an appellant, they would feel there was a conflict of interest if someone who had sat on the panel initially was then signing off at the end of the process.
It's worth another shot.
I put that exact scenario to our city solicitors when I asked them to put in writing their advice to me, and that is the email that I circulated to you as a result of that, with that exact scenario. Right. So it's all. I don't think I can add any more. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Reddick.
Apart from Councillor Benson Pope and yourself, Ms Graham, who else would be suitable to resolve the appeals?
That is a really challenging thing, and I think giving the chair of P&E the ability to delegate as appropriate is probably the best way of determining that, because some of them can be quite technical. So, and I'm making it up because I'm sorry I don't have the appeal schedule in front of me. The mining ones, the person who's appropriate to hear the mining rules might be an entirely different person than who is appropriate to be the delegate for urban land supply, for example.
I was looking for some examples, perhaps.
It's difficult to give those examples of individuals in a public meeting. Because I've held the delegation and because Councillor Benson Pope has, it's appropriate that we discuss that here, but if you wanted me to name staff, I'd prefer to go into non-public.
So it would be a member of staff?
Well, it's not for me to name elected members necessarily, but I would feel comfortable offering staff names, but in non-public.
Yes, yes. What about external commissioners or something?
Well, that is always an option, but it comes at a cost, and we know the plan, and it's administratively reasonably efficient to have an internal person, but and there is no budget. But
to get a sense of the scale of the work, were the delegation to remain with the acting chief executive, how many days would require your time to do that?
Give me a minute. I'll just pull up the schedule. Does anyone else have it to hand? I'm just looking for the, if you bear with, I'll try and find it. The one there. Lots of email. Oh, here we are. What's this? Oh, Lord. So over the coming weeks, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the next 3 weeks, there are 8 full days and 2 or 3 half days.
Out of 15
Yeah.
working days.
And so, and I'm being honest, while I can free up a half day here and there, my ability to attend full days of mediation is incredibly limited while being acting chief executive.
How's Councillor Benson Pope's time allocation? Goodness, it's pretty huge.
Councillor Elder and then Councillor Vanderwerf.
So just clarifying my understanding, whoever is delegated is actually representing decisions already made through the planning department. So it's not just, it's representing council's point of view.
Look, absolutely, and you take the advice of both the city's legal advisors and the city's planners, you test it with the old question, and then the advice gets finalised, and that's your position.
Okay, because that clarifies the process a bit. But so in fact, it's not representing your personal view on something, it's representing the council's advice.
You're ensuring the integrity of the plan.
Yes, yes. So the other question is, I was going to ask about the amount of work, and you've answered that, it's considerable. So and my point here is the capacity to delegate and the importance of that, because in fact the work is considerable, and given that the 2GP has taken a while and the variations to it and the need to actually be able to plan for growth, etc., then there's some urgency in this.
Sorry, what was the question?
Well, I would like to see the ability to delegate.
That's as it's drafted with that ability. That's
or the delegate. Yeah. Councillor Vanderwerf.
To be used, actually. Yeah, that's it.
The requirements for somebody to fill this position, would those requirements be met by someone who had RMA Commissioner's certification and RMA Chair's certification?
The requirement is met by the person holding council's delegation. It doesn't matter what qualifications that person has. Well, I have neither, for example, of those 2 qualifications, but I had held the council delegation. So in the court's eyes, I was able to hold that position.
Oh yes, I realise that legally it's able to be done. What I'm talking about is it advisable then for whoever takes on this position to have RMA Commissioner's certification and RMA Chair's certification as well?
I think what you need is the ability to bring an open mind and a questioning mind to the process.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Lord has indicated a willingness to move the recommendations per the order paper, but I'm also aware there are further questions, Councillor, don't panic. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, I mean, is there any way, this is probably a very hard question, that you can guarantee that no one is going to, you know, take us to court over the fact that they're saying there could be a conflict perceived, whether or not, or determination?
What I can say is that anyone with that delegation would follow the legal advice, and that absolutely minimises the risk of that.
Because my next question would be that if there's absolutely any risk at all, surely, you know, if we were to have to pay out money to fight a legal challenge, we would save money by having an independent person from day one, you know, like to avoid those issues. And also, I think some might say it's worth paying for an external...
Councillor, is it a question?
Yeah, the question is it not worthwhile to pay for an external person and find the funding to safeguard us and have best practice?
Oh, you're the one... I don't believe that it is best practice. The legal advice doesn't say that what we're doing is anything other than appropriate. And there was risk that my decisions could have been taken to court. So in a court process, you can never fully de-risk it. There is always risk. That's the nature of litigation. And I think everything we have had in place to date has minimised that risk, and I think this doesn't create any more or less risk than what we've had in place in the past.
Yes, but people wouldn't have an issue with you because you weren't, they might have an issue with your ruling, but you weren't on the hearings panel. That's the difference. I fully would support anyone who wasn't on the hearings panel. I have no issue with that. The question is, I'd like, you're saying there's no funding, but how can we find funding for some other things? Surely we need to consider this.
There are other questions?
It's priorities. I mean, I just think...
budget questions are questions for elected members to decide, not councillors. I've got councillor, not staff. I've Councillor O'Malley and then Councillor Wiley.
Is it correct we're really at the mediation phase, and this is effectively what we're doing with this resolution of appeals? And if the mediation fails, then it goes to the Court of Appeals.
Goes to the Environment Court.
Oh, sorry, Environment Court. Yeah, for appeal.
Correct.
Okay. So
but it's Environment Court mediation that we're doing.
Yeah. But it's not I think some people are getting the impression that it's a final determination and the decision-making process is occurring here, whereas this is, am I correct in saying this is the mediation phase, of which things can be resolved?
Yes or not.
Very good. In terms of viability and non-viability of this person doing here, would it be a good or a bad thing if someone was to have already made very strong statements about the viability of certain sections of the district plan and have said that they in fact do not agree with them at all, if they were chosen to go here?
It seems rhetorical to me, Councillor, but
the
point's well made. Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Sandy, can you just outline what are the positives and negatives of Councillor Benson Pope in this role?
I think that's probably a question.
I really don't think that I can answer that, Your Worship.
I think I would suggest that's a political question, Councillor. It's a question for Council to debate amongst itself and making the delegation.
Okay, then what I'm trying to understand here, based on the reading of the email from Mr. Garbutt, and trying to understand this process and what the role actually is what are the strengths that this role requires?
What are the strengths this role requires? The ability to bring an open mind to the process and to ask questions and on advice, having listened to the advice to make a decision that then is followed through that process. So that's what you need to do, an open mind and the ability to listen to the advice that's being provided to you.
Okay. So essentially no different than any time you would chair an RMA process in that framework?
I've not chaired an RMA process, but yes, that would.
Okay. How do you think the community that have gone through the 2GP process and are now having to go through the appeals process and go into mediation would see the appointment of Councillor Benson Pope?
Councillor, I don't think it's fair to ask staff to suppose what the community might think about council making an appointment.
Would there be a perception?
The representatives of the community are sitting around the table, I would have thought.
Well, I don't think there's anybody here that is
Point of order.
Process.
Point of order. Councillor Vandevers.
Councillor Wiley did not suggest that it is the community that he's referring to. He's referring to appellants to the process. So your misinterpretation of what he said, I believe, is completely inappropriate. The point that he's making and the question that he's... The point of order is that you've misunderstood Councillor Wiley in claiming that he's talking about members of the community. He's not. He was speaking specifically about appellants to the process.
Misunderstanding isn't a valid point of order. Councillor Wiley, do you have any further questions?
Yeah, I will. So, how would people, appellants going through this process, gone through the 2GB process, perceive the appointment of someone who was a 2GP commissioner taking up this role?
All I would say, I'm not going to answer your question directly, but what I would say is that all of the appellants, almost without exception, are lawyered up. So it's lawyer-to-lawyer conversations, and the clients sit there, but this is a discussion between lawyers, and they are well familiar with how this process works.
Thank you.
Or Councillor Raddick.
A question for the Chief Executive. Is it a normal practice in law where the person who makes the rules and then hears an argument, then is also the person who hears an appeal when the applicant has lost the argument and wishes to appeal?
Not at the appeals stage, it's mediation, but
but it's
and I
the
can't
last
offer
chance to
a legal
resolve
view
that before going to Environment Court.
I can't offer a legal view. All I can do is
I'm just
point
asking,
you
is
to...
that a normal situation in law?
It's a question of what is normal in law, and I can't answer that. But what I will do is point you to the advice that we got from Council's lawyer. So that is legal advice based on the exact scenario that we are considering at the moment.
Councillor Wiley.
Is this role remunerated?
We'll have to check. Claire? Yes. When I was doing it, I paid my salary, but Councillor Benson Pope will be remunerated. For those who couldn't hear, this is included as part of the determination, so the rates are set by the Remuneration Authority.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Forgive me if I missed this in what you said before, Ms Graham, but I was interested to know just approximate proportions of those that are successfully mediated and those that go to the Environment Court. Just a real...
I'm sorry, I just don't know. I couldn't guess. I'd have to get advice. I'm happy to get that and circulate it to councillors, but I don't have that information.
It's okay, thank you.
Councillor Raddick.
But because the position is remunerated, there could be, there's an easy opportunity to have someone completely independent, a commissioner, a hearings commissioner, do the job. Is that right?
Well, that would be an option, but the rates that elected members who also sit as hearings commissioners are set by the Remuneration Authority. Independent commissioners who do this work for council tend to charge somewhat more for the privilege of their time.
Somewhat? 10% more?
No, about
200% more?
They probably would charge between $1,500 and $2,000 a day an independent person, and I'm not sure what the rate is for commissioners, but I'd imagine it's around the $80 an hour rate.
Councillor Houlihan.
Sorry, I just have to say that some people...
Is it a question, Councillor?
Some people might... Do you think the public might, I know we probably can't comment on the might, but is there a risk that we could be seen to be hypocritical here if we can't fund an external person, and yet people say, well, how did you find all the funding for, the Octagon experience, the extra money there, the contract we've just taken for a person to do a review of the CBD, that we seem to be able to find money for some things but not others. Is there any reason for that?
What I would say is, I didn't say we couldn't find the money, I said it was unbudgeted. So that was what I said, just for clarity.
Okay, thank you.
And what I would say, Claire has checked, the maximum councillor commissioner gets is $200 a day. So the longer the day goes on, the cheaper they get.
Councillor Raddick.
Could a member of staff do that job?
I was a member of staff doing that job.
Moved by Councillor Lord, seconded by Councillor Walker. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor?
So I do. I just perhaps, and I don't think that Councillor Benson Pope needs me to defend his integrity, but I think the tone of some of the questions is really quite offensive to me. This role, it says here, he's the chair of planning. Yes, he sat on the 2GP. He didn't make the 2GP by himself. It was signed off by council, so all the people that were on council at that time had input. He didn't write the plan. It was a lot of common sense. There was a lot of stuff taken out of the old plan. It's a tried and tested process. And I think Miss Graham, when she was talking about the skills, she said you need an open mind. But I think more than that, you also need an understanding of the plan. And I don't think there's anyone around this table that would perhaps understand the planning and as his role as hearings commissioner and head of hearings, he's got a much greater understanding of this than probably most people around this table. And in response to Carmen's questions about could we do this, could we do that, look, we could do lots of things, but you could pick someone up on the street and pay them to do this job, but it doesn't mean that you'd get a unchallenged process. And you can get a challenge process wherever you go, and I just think it's an appropriate role. I think if what Ms Graham said was right, at $200 a day, he's an absolute bargain, because probably I know commissioners at 2GP time we're looking at $1,500 to $2,000 a day, and that probably hasn't gone down. So I just think stop overthinking what Councillor Benson Pope's motives or desires for the city. I mean, there's just too much of that going on, in my opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I mean, Councillor Lord's pretty much said everything I was going to say, to be honest, and I 100% agree. Councillor Lord, and thank you for stating it in the way you did. I'll just very briefly add that I'm extremely comfortable with the legal analysis from the DCC solicitors, and of course the integrity and skill of the person proposed in the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Lofiso.
Thank you, Your Worship. I haven't spoken very much today, but the tenor of the questions impelled me to do so. So I'd like to thank Councillor Lord for his movement of this motion, and also his comments regarding the impugning of Councillor Benson Pope's integrity. And I just kept thinking during these questions, Councillor O'Malley's call to us during the Octagon Experience debate: don't go back into your foxholes, back the staff, back ourselves, back everyone, back the community. And to me, this is backing ourselves and the staff as well as the community. And I just think that some of the questions were infantile and ill-informed.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Firstly, I want to say that never once have I said that Councillor Benson Pope is not experienced. I think he's an extremely experienced and well-qualified person for this role. My issue is not around his qualification or ability. My issue is around perceived, whether it is or not, conflict of interest because he sat on the hearings panel. If it was any other councillor, I would say the same. It has nothing to do with the fact it is Councillor Benson Pope. So people who have accused me of all sorts of things, I actually think that's libelous, because I've never once said there's anything at all, like wrong with Councillor Benson Pope. All I'm talking about is the process and the perception to the public. And when we talk about, looking after the community, that's exactly what I'm doing, because I believe, whether I'm right or wrong, but as a council, I think we have to have a higher standard than a lot of other organisations, and that's why I'm asking for best practice. And it's certainly nothing personal to Councillor Benson Pope. He has an extensive range of experience, and he does know the 2GP really well. And I've said to him before, I respect his experience, and I look to him to learn things from him. So my issue is not that. I think he would be excellent. If he hadn't sat on that hearings panel, I'd be saying I've got no issue with it at all. My issue is that he sat on the hearings panel, and like it or not, I believe there's a perceived conflict of interest, but not just me, and Councillor Lord singled me out. It is not just me who said we could do this, could do that. A lot of other councillors, he named me, he said, Councillor Houlihan.
Sorry, I think if you go back and read the name Councillor Houlihan several times, but I didn't say that you were the only person. I made no assessments of what you had said about Councillor Benson Pope. I said the tone of some of the questions, and I'll stand by that. So I was.
I'll uphold the point of order. I don't think that's a fair representation of Councillor Lord's comments. I don't recall anybody at any stage accusing you personally of anything, Councillor Houlihan, but perhaps you doth protest too much.
Right. I mean, my feeling is that the comments that Councillor Lord made about me were inferring that I was saying things that weren't appropriate. I stand by all of my questions. And Councillor Lord also said that I inferred that we grabbed some person off the street. Now, that is not correct.
Councillor,
but I'm just saying this is what he said.
Councillor, that is not what Councillor Lord said. He said, we could just grab someone off the street as an example of what an alternative to what the recommendation and as such the resolution would be. That's certainly what, it wasn't tied to any of your questions or comments that were made earlier.
Okay, I mean, that's fine if it wasn't tied to me. I took it that it was.
Sorry, can you withdraw your comments, please? Oh, it's not a question.
Okay, I'll withdraw it if it wasn't meant for me. I thought it was, but...
Or either you withdraw it or you're done.
So I'll withdraw it.
You can carry on speaking.
My call for someone external, as I mentioned many times, was an independent commissioner. So that's not just someone off the street. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Van der Vis.
Acting Chief Executive Graham has quite rightly pointed out that there is always risk in a court process, and there's a great deal of expense involved in court processes, appeals with lawyers that can go on, and obviously there's going to be a heap of them. So for me, the discussion around whether it's a commissioner at $2,000 a day or a councillor at $200 a day, to me that is actually financially almost irrelevant. The real risk to council is the far greater costs of appeals that don't get resolved in a hurry and that go on and have all sorts of financial implications. So I think we should just put the whole issue of what we're paying for this position aside. I don't think it's relevant. In terms of what the best person for this position is, I believe that there's a hierarchy of preference. Obviously, at the bottom of the hierarchy, it needs to be legal. And we have legal advice that it would be legal for Councillor Benson Pope to have this position. Above a legal hierarchy, there's also a moral hierarchy, in my view, and there's also, above that again, a desirable part of the hierarchy. It is obviously legal for Councillor Benson Pope to have this position, but I question whether it's actually moral and certainly whether it's desirable for Councillor Benson Pope, because he will be necessarily perceived as having a second-generation plan commissioner's conflicted interest in any appeal process. If I was to be part of one of these appeal processes, I would not be at all happy with having the chair of that process being someone who is a commissioner producing the item that I was appealing against.
Councillor, is the chair of which process?
I believe he's going to be chair of the appeal process, is he not?
No, he's chair of Planning and Environment Committee for the resolution.
Sorry, can you...
The delegation is to sign off on mediation.
sign off on
that's not
mediation,
chairing.
that's not being the chair.
No.
So, all right, a technical difference. He still
No,
is.
it's a quite substantial difference. The process is run by the courts.
Yes, but he gets to sign off on it.
There needs to be there is a delegation, yes, for council.
Right.
The court has, if I may, the court has the final say.
Yes, I understand that as well. However, I believe that the perception as having a second generation plan commissioner's interest is not one that is desirable. It may be legal, it's not desirable. It's also been confirmed by Acting Chief Executive Graham that almost any member of the staff could legally fill this position. And I can't help thinking that that amongst 1,200 staff, we would have one who would fit the bill, who would not be perceived as having a creative interest in the second generation plan and would be able to sign off appropriately. We have a couple of in-house lawyers. We have a number of other staff that I believe could do the job as well. I would be much happier for a staff member or someone who wasn't involved in the creation of the second generation plan to be the person delegated to sign off any appeals on this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, contrary to what individual councillors might think, we don't, of the 1,200 employees we have, we don't have a group of them sitting around waiting for things to do. Certainly not those that have...
Point of order.
What's the point of order, councillor?
When I mentioned 1,200 staff members, I didn't suggest for a moment they were sitting around with nothing to do, Your Worship.
I didn't mention you, Councillor Van Evers.
You didn't need to mention me. It was only me that mentioned 1,200 staff, and you have taken that up to have a go. You don't need to mention me to make it quite obvious that you're having a go.
Councillor?
Yes?
What is the point of order?
My point of order is that I do not accept you having a go at me and misquoting me, claiming that I think 1,200 staff are sitting around with nothing better to do. That comment of yours is offensive to me, and I ask that you withdraw it now.
That's fine. I'll move that we adjourn. So, while in speaking, I mean, I'll speak to the point of order. I'm not going to rule on it because I don't think it's appropriate for me to rule on it.
No, I don't think it's appropriate either.
Sorry, can I speak, Councillor? I don't. Look, I don't see how it's offensive to infer from comments that an elected member has made that we have staff available to be able to take time out of their work schedule to such a degree as would be required to meet this requirement. But I'm happy to adjourn the meeting for the Deputy Mayor to take advice on the point of order because I don't think it's appropriate for me to rule on it. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting. Seconded Councillor Gary. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Thank you.
everyone could take their seats.
I'll call the meeting to order. Councillor Gary, if you're ready to rule on Councillor Vandervis's point of order.
I am. I'll just wait for people to sit down.
Thank you.
So, Councillor, I'm not going to uphold that point of order.
Can you tell me what you think my point of order was, please?
Just a moment, Councillor, and let me finish. I'm not going to uphold the point of order that you brought, which was about Mayor Hawkins speaking about staff and the time that they might have on their hands. He did not mention you, and I am going to not uphold the point of order, and that decision, as you know, is final.
That was not my point of order. My point of order was the clear implication from Mayor Hawkins that I had implied that 1,200 staff were sitting around with nothing to do.
Councillor Vandervis, the point of order has been ruled on and the decision is final, as you well know. Councillor Gary? Sorry, in debate, in speaking to the...
Oh, yes, resolution. Indeed. Going back to the debate. I wanted to just reflect on the RMA Commissioner's role, and just to comment that I think there are councillors around the table who perhaps are not as familiar with the RMA and the RMA Commissioner's role. But at every hearing that we're involved in, and that's a different process to the panel and the 2GP, we're always dealing with conflicts and looking at that. And it's part of the role and understanding the role to be very clear about those kinds of things. What we need in terms of whoever we choose to fill this particular role is quite a different role to being a commissioner on a panel, as has been touched on. And if I was to think of planning staff in terms of this particular role, I could see some conflicts there as well. If I'm thinking of lawyers, our in-house lawyers wouldn't have the same familiarity with the 2GP. So what we need is knowledge, and we need skills and integrity. And there's some built-in safeguards that we have as part of the decision we're making, which is around a legal opinion being provided to us. We've read that and discussed that. And also the option to delegate if, in fact, a situation turns up where there is a conflict of interest. So I'm entirely comfortable with the chair of Planning and Environment Committee or their delegate being the person who we appoint to this role. I think there's plenty of safeguards in it, and I'm confident that this is the best way to go.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I think in many respects, a lot of the debate and a lot of the questions have gone down here because we might be missing a little bit in the paper, the background, in terms of understanding exactly the role that Councillor Benson Pope will play in this activity. This is effectively a mediation moment, so the main players are going to be the lawyers for both parties, and I believe the Councillor Benson Pope role will be effectively deciding that once the city has taken position, whether the city will accept that position and move forward. And then the Environmental Court is there as well. So I think people are looking at, to resolve 2GP issues, that Councillor Benson Pope will be sitting in the middle of the room making a determination, which is not his role in this here today. So I feel that a lot of this debate was actually a misinterpretation. I feel in good faith of what in fact his role will be, and in fact he is well positioned to be able to take the advice, in my opinion, of the lawyers who will be taking the city position. And it's not a conflict of interest issue. I really don't see anything here. I think I know where people were coming from, but I think they've misinterpreted what they are debating or voting on.
You, Councillor Reddick.
Yeah, I quite possibly misinterpreted the position. So I have been under the impression that we've got the 2GP and Councillor sat on the panel doing that, and then we have hearings on particular issues, and he would sit on the panel for that, and then he would be the person hearing the appeal. So there's 1, 2, 3. But so am I wrong in thinking that?
In debate, Councillor.
Okay, so consequently, it is the previous setup is that the person hearing the appeal is different to the person hearing the submissions and making the initial judgments or rulings. And so it's been a different person. I'm perfectly comfortable with Councillor Benson-Pope hearing appeals on things that he didn't rule on in the first place. So in other words, I'm looking for someone who is different. And so if you have one person, so as long as it's someone different from the panel that first heard the argument or whatever the decision required is, and then as long as the person hearing the appeal is different, and that was the situation, that is the status quo currently. And so that's the thing that seems to me, which is why I asked the Chief Executive, is that standard in law, because I think there's a need to have a different person to be able to hear a question with, as Michael Garbutt said, with an open and questioning mind, an open mind, and look to reach agreement to avoid further litigation. Whereas if someone's already ruled, it's difficult for them to rule differently to what they've already done. That's my point.
Councillor Wiley.
I found this quite a challenging one in many ways. First off, I think the paper that we received today for this meeting didn't really cover all the information that we needed. Secondly, I look at the email that we were provided with yesterday from lawyer Michael Garbutt and the comments that he made. And there was a lot of openness and sensible interpretation of how you may want to see that. The key aspects that I keep looking at and going back over is the fact that no matter, actually I'll rephrase that, actually when we look at this, we think this should have been a slam dunk decision. It should have been very easy to sit here and move seconded and move on, because it should have been that simple. The need for us to spend so much time going through this process tells me that we can't even, in all cases, get comfortable with what the information we've been provided or what the process is. Again, I can see, there's some people here that have got a free and open mind and some that have already got a closed mind. That's the RMA process. Welcome to how it works. My number one issue is perception. It is going to be how this is perceived by those people going through the 2GP process. And I do not, when I look at the qualities of the person that should be in this role, I do not, Councillor Benson-Pope holds all those, and in spades. The problem I have is perception. I want anybody going through the 2GP process to make sure that they can go through the process and get their best outcomes. And to be honest, we don't want that. We want mediation to be quick and simple. And how others may perceive it going through that process, I think, is the issue that I'm struggling with. And I think when I look at the information we've received in the paper and also in the email from Mr. Garbutt, I still struggle with the clarity on it, and I struggle with the perception. Thank you.
Councillor Elder. Spoken.
I agree with Andrew here. The amount of information we were given here in this paper probably doesn't enable us to understand the structure as well as we could have. I think the perception of conflict was the thing I was most concerned about. I think David Benson-Pope has good history and good background, but it's about, I suppose, the people who are coming to express a different point of view, that they feel there's a perception of a conflict. I would be happy if in those situations where, in fact, our recommendation is that we have the ability to delegate in those situations where it's perceived that someone's closer to a decision, because that makes it safer. And so I feel I can support this only with that recommendation, because I believe we need to be careful about those perceptions for sure, because in fact people may perceive that there's a predetermined outlook. Whether that's true or not, we need to deal with that.
Thank you, Councillor. And your comments align perfectly with the recommendation, which which provides the capacity to delegate where conflicts of interest or scheduling conflicts or whatever else may arise during this process. Councillor Lord, your right of reply.
Yeah, look, I'm bemused by some of the. We can sit here and say this paper is lacking. I don't know. We've had an hour or so of questions. Councillor Elder, your question was answered about an hour ago, that Councillor Benson Pope is not going into this. It's not like he's going in cut and thrust and arguing his position. He goes in with a position that has been agreed by the council lawyers. So this is the point. We might back down here, we might back down there, but this is our bottom line. And when it gets to here, we say no. And then it might be that in court, the different lawyers agree and they get to a position where we say, yes, we can accept that. And at that point, he is the person that signs these things off. And it's almost ridiculous, some of the thoughts that, we sit there and we talk about perception, and Andrew had a crack at me a minute ago about perception. Now, if people talk to you about perception, you need to say that I don't have any problem with this. He's an appropriate person to do the role. Just because he heard on the original 2GP, that's given him all the information to understand the position. Now, if I was going in now and say it was me doing this job, say I got asked to delegate, suddenly I've got to swat up on the 2GP, I've got to understand why particular positions were made, and then I have to be able to argue for them, and that would be a hopeless situation. So whoever it was said this should be a slam dunk decision. You're absolutely right. We should have made it 45 minutes ago. So,
thank you. I'll take the vote by division. Expecting something else?
Councillor Benson Pope. Oh, sorry. It's getting late. Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall. No. Councillor Houlihan. No. Councillor Lefiso. Aye. Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Staines. Aye. Councillor Vandervis. No. Councillor Walker. Aye. Councillor Wiley.
No.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Pardon?
Aye.
Yeah, carried 8-5.
Thank you. Item 16, something simple. Appointment, District Licensing Committee membership update. Mr. Pickford. Any opening comments from you, Mr. Pickford?
Not from me, no.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes, Your Worship. I just want to make a quick note to thank everybody that did apply for the DLC. The process has taken a little bit longer than we would have liked, and the quality of candidates was quite outstanding. And so we are having to spend a little bit of more time just finishing up the process. So just asking for the delegations to be extended through to the 30th of August. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you moving the recommendations per the paper? Excellent. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Councillor Alger. Are there questions, councillors? We take that was you speaking to the motion. It's fine. Further speakers? Sorry. No right of reply. I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That is agreed. Thank you. Item 17 in your supplementary agenda. (2020/21) Statements of Intent, Dunedin City Holdings Group Companies. Mr. Cooper, Ms. Adams, Mr. Logie, welcome. Opening remarks.
Yes, thank you. So we sought an extension because of COVID by 1 month to deliver you the final SOIs to allow the companies to review their figures based on the impact of COVID. So what you have before you now is the final recommended versions. We sought feedback. We had 2 or 3 points which has been embraced in the paper, which I'll come back on shortly. Probably the key issues that have arisen out of the processes, there has been a deterioration of forecast performance, principally at the airport and to a lesser extent DVML based on their forecast performances. Currently, we're forecasting the debt to get circa to $1 billion in 2023. This figure was slightly under that originally, but again, I would stress in 2023 it is 3 years out, it is a forecast, and it is based on a lot of assumptions. This has principally been driven by the capital expenditure program at DCC and Aurora's reinvestment program. So overall, it's going to be, the result has deteriorated by circa 5 or 6 million from the original drafts. City Forests, they had a deterioration, but they'll have a pickup in the subsequent years, and as I said, Dunedin Airport and to a lesser extent DVML. In terms of the responses to the points at point 14 of your papers, we've addressed the point of carbon neutrality, we believe. We've also, obviously, events have overtaken the comment about Dunedin Railways and Middlemarch. And then we've suggested solutions to the pooled assets suggestion. So in all the statements of intents, if the assets are clearly managed in the same way and are purchased in any sort of grouping, we accept they would be in a pooled asset. We've stripped out that in the case of Aurora, however, because they have an asset management plan which is a regulatory requirement, and their figures are quite substantial, circa between 60 and 90 million capex. We've actually got a process to approve, and they have to approve it within the regulations, their capex program, so having another layer of approvals would be awfully cumbersome and probably unworkable. The only final comment I'd make is that to be added to the final SOIs before they're published is once we get the final versions of the DCC's Te Aotearoa and Parks and Recreation strategy, which will be included in the appendices as the most latest version.
Questions? Councillor Vandervis.
It's been suggested, looking through this paperwork, that DCHL intends to borrow to be able to pay the 5.9 million annual interest payment. Is that actually the case?
No, it's not. Because we're going to have a lesser performance this year, that would be implied, but the performance from DCHL is after we've paid that dividend. So there's still dividend streams coming from 2 or 3 of the companies, which enables us to pay that.
You're not paying a dividend, you're paying the interest due.
Interest
is that
due,
right?
yes, yep.
You're not paying any dividend at all?
No, we receive dividends from some of the companies, which enables us to pay the interest.
Right. And the extra borrowing, I note that DCC has gone into an unbalanced budget and is borrowing to basically finance operations. But you are adamant that you're not borrowing currently to finance operations.
We've had to borrow more just of late to handle the closure of or hibernation of DRL.
Is it only DRL that you've had to borrow more for?
Correct.
And is that 1 million or is it 2?
That's about 4 million.
It's 4 million?
Yes.
Right. Okay,
So
thank you.
that's not all cash, sorry, because we've had to write off various impaired assets within that as well. So that's not total borrowing, but the quantum of the impact on DCHL is circa 4 million.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, just a couple of clarifications. Page 94 of the airport SOI, it just says the forecast dividend payout for 2019-20 is 26.7. Is that figure correct?
So I'm just struggling to find the 26.7. This is page 94 of...
Yep, 94 of the papers. So page 14 of the Dunedin Airport document. It's just the table there.
Oh, sorry, 26.7 forecast and...
Dividend payout just seems really high. Is that...
I'll look at what the calculation is. It does look an odd looking figure.
It just stands out. It seems to be very anomalous. I'm happy just to leave that with you. And
okay. Probably 26 up year.
Yeah. It's probably just the maths because of the low numbers.
And because the airport pays they...
Yeah.
okay, that's fine. And just a bit of self-interest here in the Dunedin venues on page 1, 2, 3 of the papers. It just mentions that under the cultural events that the Dunedin Beer and Craft Festival is confirmed for the 30th and the 13th. Can you reassure me that's wrong? Because I've got a ticket for the 31st.
I'll be brave and assure you it's wrong.
And the 13th is my birthday, so that's even more worrying. But anyway.
Councillor Van Evers.
You've said that the group debt is budgeted now to be over $1 billion by 2023. Every year that we have seen the major contributor to that debt from Aurora in terms of the money they need to be able to keep going, every year, probably for 4 or 5 years now, that estimate of how much is required is kept going up. Is there anything to suggest that the trajectory of this group debt, which since 2018 seems to be going up by $100 million every year for at least 3 years now, is there anything to suggest that that trajectory is going to do anything other than keep going up?
I would stress, firstly, that it's not solely Aurora. There's some materially increasing figures within DCC, so it's not a solely
right,
Aurora
which is why I said it was the group debt. I said Aurora was a major contributor.
Our long-term plans we're receiving from Aurora, they go 10 years out. We're pretty comfortable, we're very comfortable with the 3 years that have been submitted to the Commerce Commission under the CPP application. 5 years, they are still robust. When you get 10 years out, you've got an awful lot of assumptions as to growth or not within the region, cost of CapEx. The variables get very hazy when you go out that far. So currently what we're looking at, 10 years out, it appears that Aurora plateaus, but it's based hugely on growth which hasn't been retested since COVID, so that's a big question mark. So I would say 10 years out we're starting to see it flatten off. Our challenge is going to be it's a capital hungry business, and it needs to be funded, and growth needs to be funded if that growth indeed happens within the region.
So is what you're saying, even to 10 years, but I was only looking at 5, that our $1 billion budgeted debt is going to just keep increasing for the next 5 years?
Well, we're saying it gets to just over that $1 billion figure in 2023, and I would say...
And beyond that, it's going to keep going up?
No, it starts to plateau based on if DCC being the biggest other driver, it depends what their program is, but we see it plateau thereafter.
So, but it will stay above $1 billion in what you're budgeting currently?
It does for a period of 2 to 3 years, I think the model says. I would say this is all modelling.
Yep, sure.
And then it eases off.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Just a very quick question on page 123. Just a comment, it's unlikely there'll be any international acts touring before late 2021. How recent was that that knowledge? Is that in the last week, or? I mean, it's a guess to some degree, I imagine.
Yeah, no, it was probably 3 to 4 weeks ago. I would stress that everyone's got their own view of when borders are going to be open, so they can only telegraph what their view is on life.
Of course.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Lawfisel. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lord. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Speakers. Being none, I'll put it. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. And I think that's the end of the meeting. Well done. Same time next Tuesday.
Wasn't like this when Dave was in charge.
Eh? Oh, Wednesday, sorry.